Share there.
So just skip. Okay, yeah.
Excuse me, just while I've got a bit of time, I'll have an apology for about an hour period. Yeah.
Right, good morning, Mayor and Council members. Just want to firstly wish use an opportunity just to express our thoughts to those that were affected by the storm. So, yeah, no, it wasn't nice, but if you guys need any further help or assistance, please reach out to us. Right, let's kick off with the first slide. So we're reporting for up until the end of last year, December. Start off with slide number 1. Just the overall executive summary. So good progress was made over the month of December. We completed Whakapirau rehab, including the line marking. We also started working on the slips left over from Cyclone Gabriel. We've managed to complete 4 slips already. We'll go into that a bit further on the presentation. On the unsealed front, we've had a slowdown due to the dry season, obviously, but with that being said, we still managed to grade 111 kilometers of unsealed road and also repair 216 potholes. On the drainage front, 31 culvert ends were cleared, 2,115 meters of water tabling was reinstated. All critical culverts were checked prior to the break, just to make sure that they were all clear, in those areas that are prone to flooding. On the rehab front, Moya Street is planned to start this month, and Victoria Street and Dargaville as well. Investigations and designs are underway. All right, on the health and safety, no major health and safety incidents were reported during the month of December. Over November, December, and January, Down in New Zealand has been on a major drive, a zero harm drive, increasing our monthly safety behavioral conversations and critical risks observations across the business to ensure that everyone got home safely for Christmas. And we extended that into January this year as well. One near miss was reported. One of our graders accidentally spread metal across the Kiwi rail. All staff were inducted regarding Kiwi rail, the corridor, and our learnings shared across the business. Fortunately, that was cleared up and no further issues. Next slide of customer requests for the month. We received 110 customer requests for services during the month, and the majority of these being related to the sealed road and unsealed road. We received some good customer feedback. 2 examples in the report there, one from Freiburg Street and the other one, I cannot read now, but anyway, we got some good feedback in December as well. What's good to see is our overall RFS numbers on a downward trend, as you can see in the graph, which is positive. Next slide on the sealed maintenance and sealed renewal activities. So the pre-seals are basically nearly complete now, and we're ready for the reseal program this year, which is going to start in March. Up until the end of December, 79, or approximately 80% of all the pre-seals had been completed. And as I said, we're going to have a big month from the end of this month and March with the reseal program. On the unsealed road, as earlier stated, we are in a dry season, so we've slowed down, but we expect to pick this up again from March. But during the month, we did also 1,274 cubes of metal strengthening across the unsealed network, and we graded 111 kilometers. So we expect to start increasing works on unsealed roads from March again. Drainage. As mentioned, all critical culverts were inspected prior to the break on those areas prone to flooding, and they were all good. We continue to focus on clearing culvert ends and reinstating water tables where needed. A lot of the areas that were completed during the month included Redhill Road, Turkey Flat Road, Rahia Road, Kapawiti Road, Bassett Street, Marine Drive, Somerville Road, George Road, Golden Stairs, Griffin Road, and Settlement Road. Other renewal activities on the rehabs, as stated, Whakapira Road is 100% complete. Moya Street is planned from this month, and Victoria Street investigations underway. And if we get those designs back, we plan to have that done before the end of June. So, slips, as stated, 4 slips have been completed, left over from Cyclone Gabriel. Those include Mahuta Gap, G-Links Road, Avoca North at RP 200, 600, and 800, and Heatley Road as well. On the seal extensions, Settlement Road enabling works has been completed. Stabilization works is planned towards the end of this month. Devic and Kames Road has also started and progressing well. Bridges, Hakaru Bridge joint was repaired as well in December. Looking at our forward works program, what we'll do is in future just include a Gantt chart, which I think will be a bit easier to read. So just on a high level, Moya Street starting this month and planned to be completed by the end of March. And Victoria Street, as stated, we should have that completed by June this year, May, June. Pre-seals, all pre-seals are planned to be completed, so all the reseals are completed, are planned to be completed by April, before April this year. That's 200,000 square meters of reseals. Unsubsided projects, Kames Road underway, completion expected in April. Settlement Road expected completion end of March, and Devic Road as well, end of March. Black Swamp, pending approval of our proposals, also planned to be completed by March, April. Slips, there's a number of slips, and on the list there's quite a few to go through, but they're all progressing well. A number of these will be completed as well in the coming months, and we expect the most of these, the ones that we do get the go-ahead and all the details should be done and completed by June this year. On finance and commerce, or commercial, as you can see our cash flow envelope here, we're on track. Total expenditure to date from the 1st of July until the end of December is 6.5 million for this financial year. And there are some big months coming up now in March, April with the reseals. Yeah, and then just a last note, a lot of the subcontractors that we have been, are utilizing are very busy. They've got a lot of other additional work as well. So it could possibly have an impact on our 30% target expenditure on the local suppliers. As of now, it's still not an issue, but it could become an issue depending on how busy those local suppliers are.
So can you ask question now or later?
I'll just, have you completed that?
Yeah, we completed.
Yeah, okay, we'll ask questions now.
Can I ask now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have a couple of questions, John. Thank you for that. Thanks for your work. And thanks to Blair for your report as well. I just have, I'm not going to go into the details of where the work is happening, but I'm concerned or actually want to know more about 2 things. One, obviously, is the amount of work you can do in a year ranges from 25 to 30 million project work, I guess. And at the moment you're sitting on, if I look at the forward works, it's 70 million. On top of it, NZTA has challenged, as you said here, the work model whereby you cannot engage more than 30% or up to 30% contractors, local contractors, right? There's also issue with the flood funding, and NZTA has confirmed to you that you cannot carry it over. So my question to you is essentially where the focus should be. We have that money sitting for flood for almost 2 years now. We got flooded in February 2023, and it has not been spent. The focus is probably on new projects, as I see in the work program. So I would like to have your opinion on that. One, would you be able to complete what you have, or will end up with another 50% escalations? Or two, we'll lose the funding because it will not finish by June.
So I can, part of it, your CE has a request from me to use a delegation to, if the focus is on delivering of the 15 million of phase 3 works, then there is a pathway to do that where we simplify the procurement to shorten the time frame between the designs being done and construction starting. So that's a discretion of the chief executive. That's not mine. NZTA are clear, the money ends 30 June. And what we're doing is we've created a program, Dion and team have that, and there's another way in which we're trying to work with some of the other suppliers. The 30% mark you're talking about relates to maintenance activities through the maintenance contract. It is not around delivery of the phase 3 program. We are using, where possible, and I'll put my slides, how we're using some of that. So the CE can add more, but effectively there's a request for the CE to use a delegation open, which I've covered in the paper in your briefing.
So,
okay, well, maybe Ash, we'll wait till we've had Blair's continual presentation, so we might get some clarifications before we ask further questions. Thank you, Blair.
thank you.
Lana, you over? Oh, Kelly?
Can I just, should I leave the figure?
Let's do music for just for a sec.
Let's go
More
for
questions
it.
if you-
It's probably easier going through some quick slides to give or explain what it is that we're doing rather than the paper, and then I'll flick back. Right, so I've started with Tinapai Road. Most people are aware of Tinapai Road, what they call a half lane dropout. This is, most of the complex sites have this feature. Somewhere a lane's dropped out and there's a semi-retreat, what we call a retreat, which is that area that you see excavated away on the left-hand side. Okay. So a normal solution to a half lane dropout is exactly the same as what we've been doing on Papara Oakley. You can see the sort of how the material sort of dropped away there. Half the road's gone down, and basically you've got that little area marked with red is where the slip is, and we've got to rebuild that. So the common term that has been used is a reinforced soil slope. Now, most of the work, without getting into too much of the detail, is trying to put a key. In other words, you've got to try and stop the slip from propagating down the slope. So you often just put a key in. It's like a stake or whatever. So you can either use a small retaining wall or similar. And then it's called a reinforced soil slope because we're putting geogrid in layers to build up. So now the road becomes effectively a raft. It's a one continuous substrate. If we have that and we get a future event, the likelihood of further lane dropping is lowered. It is not cost effective. This is one of the key points. It is not cost effective within the 15 million to try and prevent the road from moving again. So all we're trying to do is stitch the remaining road and the new road together. We're effectively blending the two. And because if you try and build a wall strong enough to stop the road from moving, you end up doing very short links, and the same geological failures just continue along the road. So Papara Oakley, for example, has got 4 or 5 slips within a very short distance. So if you spend $1 million on each of those, across your district year, we're going to run out of money. Okay, so an example of how it's been done, you can see on the bottom side, there's a small timber wall. It's actually 8-metre long piles that are drilled into rock, and then layers progressively built up to one until you're up at the pavement, and then we're done. if we look at Murray Road, same thing, we're building this, but instead of putting a timber pole wall, we're actually building what they call a shear key. And a shear key is simply that yellow forms a key. It props off the existing soil. So we're digging into the existing soil. And if you look across at that picture on the right where the digger is, that's the base of the shear key. And you can see the chevron sign up on the top, which is where the... Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yep. Next one. Sorry. It shows on my one. Is here. Yeah. The chevron signs up the top gives you an idea how deep the shear key is below the road. So this immediately starts triggering land entry. We are working well, generally well below where the road is or well outside the road boundary. So there's some work internally from staff to try and obtain those land entry. This case here is forestry, and credit to Downer and their team. They have negotiated those agreements, and we're in there because we have 3 significant slips on Murray's Road, which is your alternative subarterial up towards Far North District. Tinapai, I'm back on that one. That's the one that you started off. You can see the red line where the slip is. And the idea is that we'll do a retreat around. What we're finding in these areas, in some cases, it is not cost effective to build the wall. We looked at the original estimates from, and again, Downers have gone and obtained subcontractor pricing for us. You're looking thick into 700,000 for the earthworks and pavement reconstruction. We looked at a wall. WSP went because I felt 700,000 was quite steep for what is basically earthworks. And a wall came back and we could push 10-metre piles in that ground in the swamp where the red line is, and we will still not stop anything. The whole wall will just, over time, just rotate out. It's a swamp. So this is where we get more of these retreats. A lot of these, it's not cost effective to do it. Wakapirau, it's another one where again Downers going. So what am I getting at? The paper that you have in front of you is saying we need a different approach. What we're doing on most of these designs, we are trying to get one contractor to price a lot. And we're finding through those rates that the rates, are extremely variable. In other words, as Dion mentioned, contractors have enough work without needing our slip work. And now you've just had another event. So what I'm proposing in terms of delivery is you've got an option at the moment. You've got the Wongaray panel, physical works, that's asking one contractor to do the lot. And I've got a project there, or Cove Road, Council's got a project that was there pre-October that's still not priced or been delivered. And in the same time, we've got this one done. We've got a couple more to go on Colville, a couple more. So Dion, cover that. We're proposing that we've got very good pavement rates, which we do through Downers, etc. We are going to still use Downers to try and price it, but there's a negotiation going in the background to have the physical, like we call the earthworks. We'll use those all the wall, and we'll do those on one contract and do the pavement through the maintenance. Now, what it means is that you're going to be doing work up to 150 or possibly 200,000 direct through the maintenance contractor. But if the goal is to get through delivery of the majority of these slits by June 30, or we can go back to the traditional model of waiting 3 weeks for a tender and then 3 weeks for mobilisation and then wait again. So this is the challenge that your council is, how do we get, because our construction season basically ends end of April. So that's the nub of the presentation. You see the program there, the slips. So it's just questions from there, Your Worship.
Yeah, okay, questions. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. With regard to uplifting all of this money or not losing any of it, is there anything not in place that would put that at risk? Are you being able to procure as fast as you need to?
That's the request to the Chief Executive, which a discussion that we've had offline is supported if the focus of council is to deliver this work by June 30.
And is the Chief Executive happy with that arrangement?
Through Mr. Mayor, yep. So we've had a chat offline and more than happy. Just need to get the paperwork sorted so that we can sign it off.
Okay, so we
We wanted to get your feedback today.
sounds like a,
Priority is,
well, my feedback is let's
Get it
make
done.
sure that we get every cent of that money uplifted and spent and don't lose a single cent of it. We do what it takes to do that, and it sounds like you've come up with a solution to do that. I have a further question, if that's okay, Your Worship.
Sure.
Just going back, Dion, to your presentation, on the first slide, you had a reference to sealing of Lawrence Road, which was not a program of work that we had contemplated. Is that a typo? And do you mean Settlement Road?
Yes, settlements.
Okay. The slide says Lawrence.
Yeah.
And it said Lawrence in the long-term plan consultation document that we consulted.
No, there's only
contemplated either.
3 roads that are funded by yourselves. And we're doing Black Swamp as a proposal to go back to Jason and now Nick.
Okay, thank you.
Still with his hand up. Okay. Mark Vincent, Councillor Mark Vincent, followed by Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder, possibly Blair's referring to an issue that I want clarification on. It's sort of, we're talking about it sideways on, it seems, regarding the local contribution by contractors. On the slide, it said, which just went blank on me, that during the tender and procurement stage, local suppliers had their opportunity to submit their prices to KDC, at which 9 local suppliers were pre-approved. Recently, this work model has been challenged, which may hamper the progress on achieving the 30% target. Discussions in progress to find a way forward. Is that what Blair was talking about?
No. So I guess we out for Kames Road. That's that stage 3 of Kames Road just before Christmas. We went to 9 different local subcontractors, and we got a reply from 1. So and the feedback is they've just got too much work on to be able to come and do the work that we're looking for them to do. So that's the challenge we've got, right? It's just there's this big bow wave of work there, and not enough people to do it. So that's the challenge we're faced with, and we're just trying to get those resources up and running so that we can complete that work prior to the end of the financial year.
So what we're talking about here is like with the slip repairs, those being the nature of capital works, which is, but you're talking about using the maintenance contractor to do the doing, because we can get on and get the money or get the jobs completed and the money spent. Would that be right?
To a degree, use the maintenance contractor for predominantly the stuff that they are, as we saw on Wakapira Road, pavement works and the drainage and a lot of that enabling work, and using the bespoke suppliers for the timber pole walls or some of the other work. So if it's a share key like Murray Road, we see that being up to $200,000 job. They've got the suppliers who are willing to do that, and they can crack those out. Where it's a retreat, we may end up engaging the earthworks contractor direct. In other words, KDC, downers, and we'll pay them and agree to go and enable that. But council will be engaging the earthworks direct. And what we're talking with downers about is then doing the other stuff up to that $200,000. So we've got a secure pipeline of what I call pavement rehab, pavement rebuilding, and I've got prior to those, I've got a contractor or contractors going through and building the key, if it's a pole wall or similar, so that then the pavement works can go and rebuild.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for asking.
It's a valid question.
Good question. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, more of a clarification now that the way you're describing it. I'm more concerned about are we subverting the normal procurement process, which NZTA is not happy with? And is there any relationship of NZTA not giving a subsidy on many projects because we are not following the procurement process? That's my major worry. The second thing is, this is 2 years old story, all this planning. And now we are at the time where we are short on time and we're trying to subvert that process and go, why we not give it to downers directly? Why we have to say you pay, we engage and all those kind of things? Can you explain to me what's the urgency on Thames Road? Is it also flood damage? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'll take some of that. So what we're trying to do is be the most efficient to get the maximum use, as Councillor Larson pointed out, of our NZTA funding, right? So the team have been working really hard over the last 2 years to get through all of the storm damage. There is a significant amount of it. You will recall how many millions storm damage there was, and they have been working really hard to get through that. We are pushing the timeframes now, given the fact that NZTA's funding is going to stop, right? As far as the procurement process, we work with NZTA Waka Kotahi all the time to make sure that they understand what we're doing. They are the significant funder for our roadings, so we have to keep them happy and make sure that we're aligned with their procurement process. So anything we do, we liaise with Waka Kotahi, NZTA, and get sign off from them. So that's not an issue. As far as the other work program, you have made decisions as part of your LTP, and you've given us timeframes to work through. The team down is a big organisation. They are perfectly capable of doing the work in that space as well as the emergency work as well. So I've covered off your 3 points.
If I may take clarification from Mr. Marius, Mr. Mayor, is that we have seen a history of losing 3 projects, not, I don't go in the details, Wood Street and whatnot, and NZTA did not give us subsidy for 32, was over 68%, which we had to use the ratepayers' money recently approved by the council to go through with the projects.
Mr. Mayor, so that particular example is where you've seen a change of government, and the government have changed their focus for their funding. There's nothing to do with the council at all. We had the project on our books. The previous government supported that. The new government came in and didn't support that. And that's why that was changed.
But NZTA was government thing. It was not the procurement policy.
The government, no, it wasn't. It was procurement policy. The government set the direction, Waka Kotahi, NZTA have to deliver it, and the government changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report, gentlemen. I'm got a question based on optimism and looking forward. And without wanting to lead you to answer too much, what I'm hearing above all else is that you're working really hard to continually provide continual improvement and efficiency improvements in the way that not just our budgets are used, but the processes to do that. So the first question is, are there a couple of key learnings that you've been able to apply now or in the process of applying that will enhance that continual improvement? And do you see that, say, in the next fiscal year or the next 2 fiscal years, that we will actually get more efficiency, as per Jonathan's comments earlier, we'll get more efficiencies and better leverage out of our budgets from what you're looking at?
So the short answer, I'll just, the first comment is the council already agreed to move to an integrated delivery model. And with the support of Matt, before I'm in, and Jason, that is being implemented thanks to the likes of Chris. Chris, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to give you, I guess, just give an example around it. So I think Moore Street's probably a really good example. So, you know, the initial design for Moore Street for that project was, I think it was roughly 3.3 or to $3.7 million was the original design that was tendered. Those prices came back. I guess what we did was look at the design. We looked at how we could still meet the 25-year design life without having to spend that much money. So we managed to drop that down to about 2.2 million. We've done some further work on early contractor engagement and looking at how we can, you know, I guess do things quicker and faster. We're now sitting at a budget of about 1.5 million. Yeah. Okay, so we've gone from 3.3 down to 1.5 for that job. And that main thing is to try to fit it within the existing budget, right? So, we've had to make some pretty big sacrifices in there. But that's, I guess, just an example of the improvement that we're trying to bring to the party. So looking at trying to do things, I guess, better, faster, cheaper, right? So it's how we can do that.
Yeah, and that's great, Chris. So, go from 3.3 to 1.5. On the surface of that, that's great. But we go from a 25-year life cycle, right, to what, 15?
No, it's still 25.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's just a different design, but I guess there's always a degree of risk, right? I mean, 25 is an arbitrary number. It all depends on demand and traffic loadings and all that sort of thing. If you build a dairy factory in Mangawhai, well then, you're not going to get 25 years out of that bit of road, so you have to think about that future state, I guess.
No, that's cool. Happy with that.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two little simple questions. The second one's a bit abstract. The first one, competition from with your contractors, is that from the private sector or from NZTA?
Sorry.
When you say your contractors are busy with other contracts, and I just want to feel that out. What do you believe is a reputation amongst the contractors? Are you a good payer? Are you the preferred customer? Or are they tending to go to the private sector and NZTA as their first choices? Is that where the problem is?
It's probably more in the public sector, so definitely not through NZTA. I think what we're finding is that the local subcontractors in reality probably haven't been don't have that history of working in a maintenance contract business. And so they're struggling a little bit to come up to speed with the requirements of that. So whether it's traffic control, whether it's safety, whatever it is, even pricing, right? So there's probably the opportunity to be more profitable in the private public sector work that they're doing versus the public sector work. So I think it's a combination of all three. So capability, profitability, and probably even just understanding the model.
And in that capability, do you see them growing there?
Yeah, certainly they are. A really good example of that, I think, is the work they're doing on Kames Road at the moment. So the quality of the work is really, really high, but the speed of the work is probably quite slow. So, you're trading off cost versus quality a little bit in that space. So certainly seeing an improvement. Yeah.
That leads to my last question, which is really abstract. And we're talking about costs of different section of roads. There was a news report that because Southland District Council never got their funding, they are considering putting rippers through sealed roads and turning them back to unsealed roads because they cost less. Surely that can't be truth. Is it hodwallop? Or surely it's once a road is sealed, it's less maintenance than an unsealed road? Or am I?
Yeah, I guess there's definitely a cost difference, and once again, it comes down to that demand, that demand question, I think. So some local authorities have converted sealed pavements back to unsealed pavements. And once again, that might be because the demand's changed, right? So it might have been an area of forestry, for example, that's now changed, that the land's changed. So there's always reasons.
Yeah, on the West Coast where there's sandstone and requires very little maintenance, that's got to be cheaper than grading it all the time. But in the going through Bailey's Basin, on the peat swamp, it's surely that's where the logic comes in. I'm thinking Southland roads all built on gravel. That'd be
the numbers that Southland are using, all based on the inability to get the maintenance funding for the heavy, what we call area-wide pavement treatments or renewals. If you don't get that, unfortunately, the roads become too expensive to maintain in a failed state under a maintenance contract. In other words, they're potholed and rutted. You cannot keep throwing expensive repairs if you can't renew a section. Bald Rock being an example, you've actually done some significant work because that was the least whole life maintenance cost option.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
I've got two questions. My first one was just, could we have an update on the Mangawhai road slip? I didn't see it on the the list?
Do you want me to answer or Matt? No, it is on the list. It's Mangawhai 750 in terms of the overall project sheet. It is a project that KDC putting direct. So it's not one that we've got the overall funding, but it's one that one of Matt's staff is putting through the panel on Wongarai, lead panel.
And my next question was, I just wanted some clarity on some vegetation maintenance on State Highway 1 Kaiwaka. So there's an area there that's got the Griselimia hedges. And last year we had local residents who actually cleared that themselves because they put in service requests, it was taking too long, there was traffic management issues and whatnot.
Chat offline on that.
Sorry?
We'll chat offline. I'll find that I'm conscious of the time.
Yeah, I just to make sure that it's in the program this year to either be checked and see if it needs to be done or.
Yeah, no, we'll follow that as I'll have a chat with you after.
Thank you.
Okay, councillor Nair, followed by councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just offhand, you mentioned that you're using all the funding by June.
It's the goal.
And I'm just reminded of, we got the funding for our Kino Point in Dargaville cleaning, mouth cleaning. And we also got funding for some of the Gabriel funding in Dargaville. Would that lapse in June if you don't do it, or what's the plan there?
Not sure of that funding. Is that the stop bank funding?
Well, whatever funding we got, yeah.
That'll be Jason.
Yeah, so that's not a roading matter. I think it's under progress at the moment. We won't lose that funding. I'll have to get some information and come back.
Can you confirm it to me in email? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to make a couple of comments. It's nice to see that the requests for services are dropping, which might indicate that we're getting some good ratepayer feedback on what's happening out there. I'm certainly getting it in my conversations with ratepayers at the shows and stuff. They're taking notice, so I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, I'd like one more from you, right? About that.
It's got it right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, in another look forward with the benefit of hindsight, I was always impressed and well engaged with Anand's strategy when you guys came on board for this efficiency quotient, of 10%, we get 10% more value. Now, I imagine that the example that we've talked about with Moya Street is a good example of that, and well more than 10%. So will you be able to give us some examples as we get to the end of the year of how much value that has delivered? Because that was always, the one thing that wasn't there, and how it might be applied beneficially and maybe increased, in the following year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will report on that at the end of year, in the end of year report on the value for money, I guess, benefits from the new integrated team. So we can certainly report on that. And I think, you'll see that obviously, any value, really what that means for us is just more physical work, right? So, you don't want to, I guess, reduce the workload because you've got the funding and the rates to cover it. It's just about trying to get more done for less, I guess. Yep.
Thank you very much, councillors.
Okay, I'd like one last comment. My previous one. I think it's a good thing that we continue to try and be flexible in the way we approach stuff, the way we price it, being realistic about whether we can build walls or not and get this work done, get the maximum return out of the dollar and get this work banged out. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is Library and Community Hubs Dargaville and Mangawhai Concepts, presented by Sue Sutherland, John Rennie and Francis Cooper from Hatfield Architects, and Sam McEwen will present this item in person.
Board and members, I'll just start the item and then I'll hand over to the project team. So we'll take the report as read And I just want to cover a couple of questions that we've received prior to the briefing item for the purposes of time. So I'll just quickly cover those off. So Rachel asked a question for the Mangawhai Hub specifically about the 6 million development contributions and whether they'd be collected in full by 2028. So the 6 million is in the long-term plan for 2027. That's divided into two. So 3 million of it is debt and 3 million of it is development contributions. So it's that line item is split further down. And to date, we've collected to 30th of June last year, we collected $113,000 of that through our DCs. And the intent is actually to collect those DCs over 25 to 30 years, depending on growth. So we wouldn't have the full amount, full $3 million by 2027, but the intent is to collect that money over time. The questions from Mike Howard, I responded to in an email, so there was a lot in there. Hopefully, Mike, you can have a read and see, you know, whether or not I've covered it all, but just to be really clear, the money that we have been spending for this first tranche of funding for the concept designs for both the community hub in Dargaville and Mangawhai is better off funding money that we've committed to DIA to complete. We've gone through strong procurement processes to get to where we are. We've got to be very transparent and report back to the Department of Internal Affairs through that process. And all the facilities or recommendations or things to be included within the hubs came through our long-term plan consultation. So the community provided all of those pieces of information. They were analysed and then they were shared with our consultants and contractors. I'll leave these.
Can I comment to that? Councillor Larson had his hand up before me, so you're welcome to go. Then I'll...
Okay, Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm just answering.
Yeah, steal your thunder.
Do you want the team to present their item before you ask further questions? Or?
Happy to ask the question
Okay,
now.
yep.
Sit down if you want to and become part of the panel. Say stressing out, so just with regard to some of those numbers that you've just given us, can you just clarify for us what is the total budget for the Mangawhai?
So I believe the Mangawhai Community Hub is 250 something thousand.
250 from the Better Off funding
Yeah.
to develop.
Yep, to develop the concept plans.
No, I mean the budgets to construct, develop and.
We have $6 million in FY 2027, I think it is, in the long-term plan.
So you believe that $6 million is sufficient to build this?
That's just been in the future for an earmark. Now getting to the point where we're briefing and getting questions from elected members. So it's for elected members to tell us whether or not they think that that's a reasonable amount of money to have in the long-term plan. So potentially we need to invest further or we need to de-scope what we want to deliver for the community.
So what would $6 million deliver?
Well, $6 million would deliver what $6 million would deliver.
You've got a whole panel of people here that have been determining concepts. There must be some sort of idea of what you can deliver for $6 million.
What we're doing is we've delivered the concepts based on what the community have asked for. We've got 2 options for sites, and what those concept plans, those options have come back is more than that $6 million. So now we need to know as staff from council whether or not we should reduce the expectations of the community down to meet that budget, or whether or not council wants to invest to deliver that for the community.
So just to clarify, what are those costs for the concepts to construct?
I think that's in the briefing. Yeah, it's in the briefing and in the report. Those.
12 for the Earlich and 12 to 14 for the Mangawhai Community Park, and I think it's 14 for Dargaville.
Okay. And so then we have, coming back to the figures that we've got via an email, which is 113,000 of the 10 to 14 million has been collected through development contributions so far.
Well, Mangawhai, correct.
Yes. And so what is the current development contribution for this project to the lot?
We'd have to, yeah, we'd have to go and find that information for you.
That's fine. Well, you've just told us that it's going to be paid off over a fairly long period of time with, according to these budgets, $3 million collected from development contributions and $3 million worth of debt.
Mhm.
So what I'm trying to determine, which is the basic maths of this, is how many lots are being created to fund
Yeah, I don't know that.
well, we need to know it.
Yeah, I can do that.
How many lots are going to be created to fund the hub with $3 million collected from development contributions, where we've got 113,000 so far, so the remaining 2.9 million. And then how many more development contributions do we need to collect to service and repay the $3 million worth of debt, or as the case may be with these concepts that have been developed, another $6 million of debt?
Yeah. So
Those are the numbers we need to know. Yeah. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can tell you that our development contributions are 1,239 for the library, and that was based on collecting 3 million. And it was likely that there'd be about 2,500 lots, because we're looking at our intermetric data for growth going to 2050. So another 25 years to collect. So it's about two, and when council went through the growth strategy, there's about another 2,500 lots that we've estimated to the end of 2050.
Okay, thanks, John.
You carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may just refer to what Sue's just said, the 2,500 lots. So that would incorporate Mangawhai Central, Mangawhai Hills, Rise,
Correct.
So that's really those now that we know that's coming.
It's actually everyone, because libraries are general rated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're general rated. So it's Dargaville as well.
Thank you. So my question and relates to, and I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to read your response, but I will. But I totally understand that the funding for the concepts comes from Better Off funding, right? But there is a finite amount of money, and there is a timeline for it. And I just have a real concern that, as I said in my my long-winded diatribe, that we put the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
We do not have a sense of exactly where the Mangawhai facility would go, or in exactly what sort of form it would come. And indeed, pretty much the same with Dargaville. And we end up with a cost for Dargaville of 14 million that's put down. But it seems to me that 230 odd people submitted a raft of ideas for what should be included in a library that sets up the world's best idealistic realm of beyond full service library. And we're taking those. So I was certainly hoping to find that we wouldn't just follow the idealism, that we would find some pragmatic alternatives, as part of this evaluation. Now, I don't know how much, we don't know how much is left out of this Better Off funding. Is it all used? Because we've got to go back and do this again.
So through the chair, we only have $400,000 to use of the Better Off funding package on the community hubs, because we removed all of the remaining, I think, $13.6 million to be paid for waters projects. or it was removed for us from central government. The point of this briefing is to identify which location for Mangawhai is preferred by council. And also the point of this briefing is to, I guess, demonstrate what the community have asked through the long-term plan process. And we haven't taken everything that was given to us through the long-term plan process. You know, we haven't put in swimming pools and things like that. We have really analysed the feedback that came from, I think there was 350 something respondents for Dargaville and 250 respondents for Mangawhai. We've taken the information, analysed it, and provided now a concept of what could be. And it's for elected members to say that's too much money, that's too much, whittle it back, or, you know, yes, this is something that could be achieved in a longer time frame. That's for your direction.
And thank you, Hayley, and I appreciate that, and get that. I'm struggling to understand why, instead of going for and including all of the options, why there wasn't consideration for one or both of the areas of alternatives.
So through the chair, we have done that. We've provided alternatives for the two locations in Mangawhai. And also, I guess we need to be clear that we need to deliver these concept plans as part of our requirements for DIA. So this takes us through to the completion for us to be able to report to DIA to say that you gave us the money, that iwi supported it, the community were consulted, the feedback was provided, and we provided conceptual designs that get us to a place where we can move into, you know, consenting, detailed designs, and further requirement gathering for those projects.
Okay, so again, I appreciate that, thank you. But a DIA going to react well if we come back and don't agree with anything that's been put forward thus far?
So their money originally was for us to design and build community hubs. Now we have enough money to create conceptual designs for community hubs, which is what we will have done. We will have fulfilled that brief, yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I mean, obviously, Councillor Howard, the DIA funding is a component and it is paying for this work. But that doesn't negate the ability for council to make its decision, right? And funding in the future, all of that sort of stuff. Okay, this hasn't been to council for a number of months, actually. And, you know, the team are working hard to ensure we meet the DIA requirements, but also provide something to you for feedback. I mean, a straw person doesn't work. It needs to, so a straw person does work, sorry, it needs to be a straw person first, though, to get the feedback from the council. So my suggestion is perhaps, Mr. Mayor, that we can actually let the presentation go and then take some questions toward the end. Is that something you?
Okay, well, let's do that. I'll hold Councillor Lambeth and Councillor Larson's questions to the end of the presentation.
Mine, so.
Thanks, team.
Right. Kia ora. I'm Sam McKeown. I'm a project manager for business delivery with the project delivery team. I've got Sue Sutherland from Sue Sutherland Consulting here with me today, and John Rennie and Francis Cooper from Atfield Architects. So yeah, take the report as read. And today we'll present on the current situation of the Dargaville and Mangawhai libraries, the community's needs and aspirations for a community hub, and library and concepts developed to provide for these needs. So the need for a library and community hub in both Dargaville and Mangawhai was identified through the 2021 and 2031 LTP consultation with our communities and from the feedback from our libraries teams. So LTP consultation identified the functionality our communities would like to see in a modern community hub, including a library, meeting spaces, and innovative and modern community-focused facilities. Our library teams have the experience of working within the limitations of the current buildings. There are issues with health and safety for staff and for patrons, including limited access to toilet facilities, storage, work and break rooms, and space limits the variety of services that the team can offer. Limited parking, confined spaces, and steps within both Dargaville and Mangawhai Library makes what is currently on offer in the libraries inaccessible to many of our patrons. So KDC were successful in a 2022 application to the government's Better Off funding, which has since been varied, but has also provided for the concept hub development for both Mangawhai and Dargaville. So I'll pass you to Sue Sutherland. Through you, Chair, Sue will speak to the development of designs briefs, what was considered in those developments. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I think as part of the appendices to your reports, you might have seen two documents that look like this, which are the design briefs. This is for Dargaville and the one I did for Mangawhai. And so just really to talk you through the process for arriving at what is needed in a community of this size. First of all, I looked at the population projections and the makeup of the context of the area. So what's being served, what do these two libraries serve? In the case of Dargaville, it really serves the whole of the western part of the district. Mangawhai serves the Mangawhai area and an immediate surrounds. And that really, from that we derived a population to be served over the next 50 years, around about 13,700 in the wider Dargaville area and about 13,200 in the Mangawhai area. So this is a long-term look, and that was what I was asked to do, because there's no point really just building for the next 5 years or even the next 10 years. Whatever you're building, you want to last for longer than that. I also looked at the council's strategic priorities and the library strategy. We've talked about the consultation. It was consultation with staff. We had an elected member conversation with 3 of the elected members who were able to be at that, and 2 of them are here today, and I'm not sure whether somebody else is online. And a look at the community feedback that had come in through the long-term plans, through previous consultations, and we did have a focus group with young people and spoke to a couple of people in the Mangawhai area. The brief then is developed, and that brief really, 2 things drive that brief. One is the size of the population to be served, and then that drives the overall size, which is in the brief. And then the community needs, or the things that are desired by the community, or the things that you need to provide a modern library service, drive the makeup of those various spaces. So it's things like how much do you need for the collections, the community facilities, the meeting rooms, seating, study pace, and specialist areas for young people and children. And finally, it's checked against a recognised standard, people places, which has been developed not in New Zealand, but in Australia by the State Library of Victoria. It's used as a standard for trying to determine the size that's needed for those specific spaces. And that was provided at the back of those documents. So we have spec'd something slightly smaller than those particular things in the people places, but that's how the brief gets built up, looking at the different sizes you need to house the different things, and it's checked against a standard. So that was how we arrived at those briefs. And just one comment, if I may, Councillor Howard, these sizes are not out of the way for the population you need to serve over the longer term, and the brief does give some comparisons for other buildings that have been built recently in New Zealand. Thanks, Sam.
So we are investigating 3 very different locations, each with a degree of site-specific complexity. So as part of that funding, we've used to investigate some geotech and flooding and things like that have been considered through that too. So we have a well thought out and informed design brief from Sue, and we've engaged with Apple Architects to interpret these requirements to develop 3 very different concepts across our Dargaville and Mangawhai sites. And through you, Chair, John Rennie and Francis Cooper will speak to the concept development journey before we go into the concepts themselves.
Thanks, Sam. John Rennie from Apple Architects with Francis Cooper. So we have an approach that builds from the work done before. So that's the strategic plans, and in the documents that were included in the briefing, which is these here, it talks about the background documents that we built from in the development of the concepts. It's effectively a 3-phase approach, looking and listening, testing, and then proposing. So looking and listening is really looking at the specific sites that have been proposed. So the park in Dargaville, and then the Ullage Park site in Mangawhai, and the the Mangawhai Community Park in Mangawhai. And we're also looking and listening and understanding from Sue's brief and talking with Lisa and Paula from libraries to understand what the service model is that's being provided, because the best community hubs are ones that are really hand in glove with the people that are providing that service. And from that, we then started to develop concepts, tested those with the library staff, with people with inside council in relation to other things that are going on, flooding, maintenance, etc., the control group, and then we came forward with the proposed options, and that's what we're here to show you today. So sorry, I can go back one, Sam. So this is the Dargaville site concept. So it's located next to the municipal chambers. It builds off the proposed demolition work to the extension to the municipal chambers and the rework to the memorial hall that's going on. It's a 2.5-storey structure, bridging 3 distinct levels of the memorial precinct. It has activity spaces, library collections, a commercial kitchen, which would serve both the existing community hall and the activities that occur in the community hub. A cafe opening out into the landing square, which is the space between the municipal chambers and the new building. And it would include co-working space, maker space, youth space, and a digital hub, which are typical in these facilities around the country now. Go to the next level. It's over 2 floors, 2.5 floors, because of the nature of the site and the ability to preserve the park adjacent. So the lower level is the children's space, the tamariki space that connects into that level, then steps up to the floor level above of the existing memorial hall. We go to the next slide. On the left-hand side, you're seeing an overview of the memorial hall, the cinema inside the municipal chambers, and the proposed new building. And then on the right-hand side is a zoomed-in view of the proposed building, which effectively consists of the activity spaces of the community hub. It's the activity, the cafe spilling out to Lantern Square, looking down at the children's space below, and then good vertical circulation up to the upper levels. The expectation is that the large meeting room in this space can replace the foyer capacity that was happening in the memorial hall, which is proposed to be demolished because of the building condition issues there. We go to the next slide. The upper level, again, same format. Left-hand side is the overall interrelationship of the hall. Right-hand side is zoomed in, is the quieter, more study space and staff areas of the proposed library. And collections. Thanks. Then the final view is standing on Hokianga Road, looking down towards, in the distance is the river and harbour, and you're seeing a 2-storey building which is of a similar scale and proportion to the municipal chambers. And the right-hand side is just precedent images of typical, similar and recent community hub buildings of the same kind of spatial quality and furnishings that we're proposing.
Right. So we move into Mangawhai. So it's 2 site options have been investigated in Mangawhai through the LTP. KDC have previously consulted on a preferred location for a Mangawhai community hub and library. From that consultation, we had 52% of people indicated they would like to see it in the village, and 48% actually said Mangawhai Central. We don't own land in Mangawhai Central. So KDC has land availability for such a facility in Mangawhai Community Park and Earlage Park. So we've indicated at the time that a site would be selected considering relevant technical matters such as suitability, accessibility and land availability. So we'll present these options, some of the features and challenges of these sites. So yeah, John and Francis, I'll skip to Mangawhai Concept 1. So this is for up in Mangawhai Community Park. So presents some good opportunity, including contributing to the vibrant community offerings of the park, but it's not without its challenges. So
the Mangawhai Community Park site is slightly different in that it's adjacent to a wetland. and to form that sort of relationship to landscape fire station next door. The buildings that are proposed to be on sticks and to sort of sit lightly on the land that sit over 2 levels. So there's a ground floor and then a mezzanine space that kind of cats over the top. Activity spaces are located at the upper edge, and care has been taken to try and make some of those spaces accessible after hours. A lot of the larger bookable spaces for activities are intended to be accessible after hours. And this space does have space for food within the ground floor as well. Perhaps plan. So the plan on the left-hand side is of the ground floor level. So with a loading and delivery located to your right, a large meeting room as you enter the floor, adult collections sort of with seating, plankton bays looking out through into the community park landscape with the manuka scrub that kind of forms that bowl. A well-sized lift to get people and things up and down the building. A staff workroom with good oversight over the Tamariki kids area, which is sort of in an eddy space peeled off to the side, backed by parenting room, a large deck, and then wrapping ourselves up by either staircase. We find ourselves with heritage spaces during the day, and then youth gaming probably quite busy in the afternoon, with a creative maker space on the one end, and then flanked on the other side 2 activity rooms that can be separable with the sound studio as well, and provisions for evolutions on both floors. And this image just sort of talks to that idea of the kind of longer view across to the landscape beyond. I think there's some other images that sort of complement this 3D within the report, but the interiors precedent images to the right.
So we move on to Mangawhai Site Concept 2. So that is in Earlidge Park, which is 5.8 hectares of land purchased by council in 2022. So it's located in the village, close to the Mangawhai Domain, beach school and school drop-offs. So the concept we'll present today is on the lower part of Earlidge Park. This was chosen through investigation to eliminate the cost and complexity of delivering such a building and its associated parking on the sloping area of the Earlidge Park site. So I will pass back over to John and Francis for a talk through site option 2.
This plan is slightly simpler in the sense that it's all over one floor. And if we consider the kind of crosshair that's been formed running parallel with Earlidge Drive and Moore Street, peeling round onto the probably quieter road, really good car parking, and then entry through the middle of the building, probably a third of the way through. So on the right-hand side, we've got all of the after hours and during the day bookable spaces. So there's quite an easily formed secure line for after hours use with this sound studio activity, bookable spaces which are divisible, and creative maker space, a large deck that wraps all the way around, providing shelter and edge, shelter to that edge, and an ability to circumnavigate the space. If you peel to your right upon entry, you find yourself sort of more within magazines, heritage collections and adult collections, with kids once again sort of tucked in under the site. The orange, dark brown mass within the middle, that's sort of staff services, so points for staff to look over and observe. And then this big blob of pink being this sort of a play surface of some description, kind of wanting to lean into the idea of the sports park that will eventually come to fruition, but the idea of play whilst someone else is browsing for books. That's an image from the southern corner, so sort of wanting to lean on to sort of simple large roofs that do good things like provide shelter, let you collect rainwater, and then some simple volumes that sit underneath that large roof. And again, this idea of probably a timber structure and volume created within that space probably was absent from the image on the left, or most of the images is shelving, which sort of is important, but it's about rooms within a larger space.
And just have a look at, so we did consider that upper edge of the site. Are you happy to speak to just some of that?
So before we landed on the lower Ehrlich site, we also looked at the upper Ehrlich site. It's got some challenges. It's further away from the village. It's up the hill. It's a larger effort to get up there. The actual flat footprint at the top of the hill that council owns as part of the reserve is much tighter. It's much harder to fit the building onto it, which means you've got to come off the building edge, which leads to a lot of retaining and so forth. And car parking is problematic. It's also quite an exposed site in terms of wind. And so the two options that looked at that was one, fronting directly to the street, which led to no outdoor space associated with the hub. And then the second option on the right, which steps back, but then has challenges around earthworks and retaining. So our recommendation is that the lower Ehrlich site is a much preferable site and much better connected to Moya Street and on to the centre of Mangawhai Village.
So yeah, just on that, taking that building down to the bottom corner, you'll see it here on the bottom corner on the right of that concept that we had developed for to show just an indicative image of the sports concepts for the site. So Ehrlich Park was purchased to accommodate the community's for future sporting needs, recognising the growth in Mangawhai. Planning and developing Ehrlich Park into a sports park will be progressed incrementally over the coming years, as noted in the long-term plan 2024 to 2027. By contrast, a new library and community hub is a present need. So if the library and community hub is to be located at Ehrlich Park, it would be done so in a way that is to not restrict the future development of the sites as a space for sports and recreation. So you'll see in this image, there's still quite a bit of land there available for, you know, the community park spaces, the sports fields, any other buildings associated with those types of things. There's still plenty of space. So playing fields and sports facilities will be located in Ehrlich Park. How they'll be laid out still needs a little bit of work with the community. And this will be done through the development of a reserve management plan for Ehrlich Park. So the sports and recreation concept shown here alongside community hub aims to provide an understanding of what can be achieved on the site, considering it as a whole community destination. So I'll add here on page 9 of the report that we discussed that example in Omakaroa of the library and sports facility, and just some of the lessons that were learned in the development of such a facility. So we want to plan for growth, as Sue said, ensuring that any facility developed can provide for population increases and the demand of a variety of functions and services that new populations will look for. Complementary facilities, so ensuring that services offered provide a unique experience and improve the function of a space rather than detract from it. Adaptability, we want to provide a building solution that is future-proofed by its ability to adjust and respond to the changing needs of the community. And creating a destination or cornerstone building, providing convenient access to good experiences, quality spaces, and varied services to attract visitation. So our next step, so we will return to council for direction on the Mangawhai Library and Community Hub location. If Ehrlich Park is the preferred site, community consultation would be required to redesignate the reserve status of the site to allow for a broad range of activities to occur on the site. Staff will return to seek approval of the Dargaville concept in principle. The balance of the better off funding can then be used to further develop the Dargaville concept and the Mangawhai concepts for the chosen locations. In the case of Dargaville, further concept development will help to inform future planning and decisions around budget, funding and timing to enable a community trust to undertake the development. And we'll come back at a later briefing towards the end of the financial year. And to reflect cultural values, provide for placemaking, and as required for the better off funding criteria, we'll collaborate with Mana Whenua and engage with our communities on further development of each of the concepts. And yes, if there's any further questions.
Okay, I've got a line up here. Councillor Lambert said to leave the meeting, so Councillor Larson's next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to go back to some of these numbers because it appears from this that the way that this has been briefed is come up with concepts that encompass all of the things that were suggested by the community regardless of budget. I don't understand how that could have possibly been the brief, given that one of the key components here is cost to our ratepayers. So we've ended up, as I understood from what you said before, a budget in our long-term plan of $6 million. And the two concepts presented were budgets of 10 to 12 million and 12 to 14 million for Mangawhai.
Yeah,
Start with.
so through the chair, when we did the long-term plan deliberations, it was identified that this long-term plan should focus on cyclone recovery and that the community hubs were not a core focus for council in this long-term plan at all. Excuse me. So there was $6 million that was put in the Mangawhai as a holding line item to continue that DC contribution, and there was no money put in the long-term plan for the Dargaville hub at all, with the thought that potentially that could be delivered through a community trust or potential external funding options that come along. So the concept designs are, this is the concept based on what the community have provided us feedback through the long-term plan consultation. We have provided concepts based on the community feedback. We're now seeking direction from council, given that the cost to build these community hubs is significantly more than what council can afford, and given that you've directed that it's not a focus in this long-term plan, what would you like us to do with them? Would you like us to further develop them, push them out further financial years? Would you like to increase the investment? That's the direction we are now seeking.
So if you go back to slide 38 of the presentation pack, Earlich Park, site option 2. And you've got the scale there, let's say that's a 2-metre person, you've got like a 10-metre high roof. Why would we build something so elaborate?
So these are conceptual designs, and I think that's just really showing like the space with nothing in it.
But regardless if we've got nothing in it or not, look at the height of the roof and the concept. Why would we be building something so grand?
The roof form is in relation to enabling western light into the space, but also passive ventilation. So it enables entry of air on the eastern side at low level and exit at the western side at high level. Benchmarked against other facilities. The image on the right-hand side there is Picton Library that we designed and built about 4 or 5 years ago. That's a double height space of a similar quality.
And what population does that serve?
I think I've got that down here. Picton.
Well, you look for Picton.
No, not Picton, but it's...
We're indicating for Mangawhai, for example, would be equivalent volume to the Wellsford Library.
And what ratepayer population does that serve?
That's because that's Wellsford's part of Auckland, so.
I haven't got my phone here, I can find it. The population for Picton is less than the population that you would be building Mangawhai or Mangawhai.
Actually 5,000 people.
How much?
5,000.
5,000 people. And that space was about 800 squares. And so 13,000 people, we're suggesting just over 1,000 squares.
13,000 people?
Mangawhai population 2050, the population of Mangawhai, and the brief here got from your stats is 13,000. That's the Dargaville one. I can find it for you.
Our environmental scan that was beginning of.
Where are population? Mangawhai. I'm just looking for the total. It's projected to grow to. Damn it. Be over here, and the 13,500 by 2050. And that's Mangawhai and part of Kawakawa. Kaiwaka, yeah. So I can tell you how much that was, but that's the population by 2050.
And so if we go back to the placeholder budget, which was $6 million, and we were told that of that $3 million was anticipated to come from development contributions at $1,239 per lot, which is an additional 2,421 lots. Right? And we have got plan changes, Mangawhai Central and the Rise. What is the expected number of lots in Mangawhai Central? Is it about 750?
It's yeah, about that. I think it's closer to 800 actually, isn't it?
Yeah. 850-ish. 850, and then you've got the Rise, which is realistically how many lots if it was all built out? Circa 350. Yeah, 350. Okay, so that gives us 1,200, and we've got a target of at least 2,421 just to fund the 3 million. Where are the other 1,200 lots in the growth model?
So you're trying to do the maths on the future. I understand what you're trying to do, but you know, when the LTP was set, it was set based on a $6 million figure, right? There are going to be future iterations of decision making here in this space, which will involve the next round of the LTP. As Hayley has said, we had to focus for these 3 years on storm recovery, so we're trying to progress to the next step with this item. Right. So it's a little unfair to work out all the maths now when there's further iterations in the future to go.
So I disagree. I think that if we've got numbers here, we should have some maths to back it up. And we've got 1,200 shortfall in lots. I don't know where they're coming from. A future plan change?
But through the chair, the information was provided to us by Insanitary, and that's what we based it on. But looking ahead, there is another 160 in life care, another 600 on Black Swamp Road, potentially. And then there's also, this is actually Kaipara wide, so it's subdivisions in Kaipara wide as well. And the Hills is about another, I think, 400. So we're actually not going to be that far off. I can see this as possible in the future.
When you say it's Kaipara wide, are we collecting a development contribution Kaipara wide to fund a library in Mangawhai?
Yes. So libraries are a general rated function. So we've only just opened the Mangawhai Library. So for the last years, Mangawhai has been paying for Dargaville Library as well. So it's a general rated function.
I'm asking about the development contribution, not the general rate for funding.
But that's how council agreed it.
No, I'm talking about the development contribution of $1,239 per lot that we're collecting, which is accounting for 3 million of the $6 million in the budget.
So it's a community rate, and at the moment, I think the library is the only thing that we've got in community because it was a new rate developed 3 or 4 years ago, a new development contribution 3 or 4 years ago. But there could be other items like some park development that we put in there that could be anywhere in the district that we'd collect through the community development contributions if it's for growth in the future.
So is the community development contribution being collected across the entire district, not just at Mangawhai, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. So then when we go to the other 3 million, how is that being paid off and serviced?
that's paid by debt over the general rate, because that's how we rate for libraries.
So the Mangawhai Library, under the current financial model, would have $3 million paid from development contributions collected across the whole district, and the other $3 million paid for by general rate collected across the whole district.
That's right, but we haven't built it yet, so we're not collecting anything from debt.
And then under this model, we'd be effectively doubling the cost because we've got another 6 million under those concepts unless we scale them back.
Yeah, I hadn't been.
We would end up with potentially 9 million being spent on the building and plus servicing that $9 million debt.
That could be the outcome unless council says otherwise today, if they want.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mayer, followed by Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. My worthy councillor Larson has really cross-examined well, and in fact, putting it short, my question will be obviously the whole proposal of 22 or $23 million going into these concept is based on projections, whether it's development contribution or it is debt or is it general rates. These are suppositions, and in the final years of our term, we are setting up an LTP with such a heavy thing, promising ratepayers that they won't be paying 9% per year, but maybe 17% per year. So I don't understand the logic of two things. One, obviously, when we go to the people for consultation, we don't talk money, as Councillor Larson also pointed out, what is suitable to them. If we put a figure, would you like to spend on a library in Dargaville $12 million? I don't think any would say yes to it. And same the story with the other two. So I think we are, as Councillor Howard put, we have put the cart before the horse, and we have bolted too.
The Chair, we have consulted with the community for the Dargaville Library on, I think, 3 separate long-term plans to enhance that space, and the community well and truly have supported that. And we consulted with the community on the Mangawhai and Dargaville community hubs with the community hub aspect for the first time in the last long-term plan. And as I mentioned, we had about 258 individual submitters from Mangawhai and 358 individual submitters from Dargaville. We did find that there was a lot of support for those hubs and to have these services applied to the community, but there was a lot of feedback from the community, and I'd say that it's about 50-50 split about whether or not we should be investing in these buildings at this time due to the fact that we were focused on cyclone recovery. And so that's why these are just concepts. We're now asking for direction, so really on whether or not you support these concept designs or whether or not you see that we need to scope them back, and we're asking for direction specifically on those 2 sites in Mangawhai and your preference for those sites and whether or not we should progress those conceptual designs for those 2 sites.
Thank you. So in terms of direction, that's what I'm trying to give very briefly, is I'm not in support of spending any money, even the design money which we spent, just because we have the money in Better Off Funding. Better Off Funding money was meant for the whole thing, community hubs, and we didn't have the whole thing. All we got is the money for design. And we say, okay, we have the money, let's spend it. And then who is gonna spend the rest of the money to have all those design in concrete?
So that is a real savings for the ratepayer.
So I am against it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not committing any ratepayers' money based on a projection of developments, which what to talk of the present one may not happen, to the futuristic 2050. Who knows what happened? Maybe nobody lives in Dargaville or Mangawhai by then. But what I'm trying to say is Kaipara is not a rich concept. If you're comparing with this show business of, with due respect to you, we are a very, very poor council, which does not provide even water done well. We still have to sort out the water. We still have to sort out the roads. When we ask people, obviously they will say we want a library 50-50 or whatever, but because it's not justified by the amount we are spending, I would say, yes, we will have all three if we can get a grant from central government and say community hub, which was the case. And Dargaville should have a state of art because it's paid by, a grant or central thing. But I'm not going to pay anything, or I suggest even spending even a cent or any money now, or at least putting it in concrete in 2028. So whatever council comes in is, again, it's in LTP, and yes, we have to spend it. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have in mind to maybe crush a few dreams too. One of the initiatives from the new government in looking at the costs of building new schools was to put an end to the idea of bespoke design for every site, but rather trying to have some unified form of design. So there's some possibilities here which might require a bit more creativity. One would be, has any thought been given to the idea that there is one design that would suit both Dargaville and Mangawhai, so that we could save on some design costs? I appreciate the foundations issue would be different. Another consideration would be, well, if we can see one, like I really like the one at Wellsford, for instance. If we could see one that actually captures most of what people want in an existing building, well, how much would it cost to have a copy of those plans rather than go through the whole process ourselves? Another aspect to make it more affordable, would it be possible to consider the building project to be done in a sort of a modular form, whereby the core is built as the first stage, but with the intention of completing further stages as the population grows, as the development contributions come in, and as the needs of the community probably evolve and develop. So those are some queries I have there, and I'd be interested in your thoughts. Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll answer maybe the start, and then maybe if you guys could help me answer the end. But the three sites are very, very different. But Ehrlich Park is used at the moment for a lot of stormwater soak away, and it's got drainage channeled through there. It's a very large sloping site versus the MCP site, which is, I guess, wetlands or quite a wet area to build on in a much smaller space. And then JC Park in Dargaville, that also it's within the flood zone, and it's on a sloping site, as you know, Hokianga Road is as well. So all of those plans, they couldn't be a single building that we just pop onto each site. They needed to be bespoke and be able to meet the topographical challenges that were there. In terms of modular design and build, is there?
And that's possible. It is possible, but I think the issue is not necessarily the method of construction. It's the clarity of what is the size and the budget that is being sought.
Can I make a comment? Councillor Larson, you could build a $6 million building. You would probably be building something that's less than half the size that your population in the future, well, now and in the future, will need. So 2054 is when the population reaches that, was estimated to reach that 13,000. So that's actually not that away, 30 years. So yes, if you build something that's say 400 or 500 square meters, for your 6 million, you might get away with that. Then you would be looking to increase that within 10 years. And so that's one of the options the council's got, but you won't build for the future, really. You will be building for the present.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, panel. I'll keep it to 2 questions. And I think about the Mangawhai Community Park option. Now, I can't understand why in your briefing and therefore application, no reference was made to a future council building and possible integration. And no reference is made. Now, B, I think there was a reference to, actually, I do think that there was a reference to a 1,927 square metre building in there, if I recall correctly. So that being the case, and you're talking about 1,160 square metres just for a library, is there space there?
So, through the chair, we consulted with the community through the Mangawhai Community Park Reserve Management Plan around the concept design for a civic building, and also for whether or not there was a desire for the community to have a hub in that Mangawhai Community Park area. The community feedback came back that it would be an either or situation because the amount of car parking and I guess square meterage that was required for a dual building to be there just wasn't feasible. The community did not support a dual building to be an MCP at all.
Do you mean, sorry, honey, by that, do you mean dual building?
A library, community hub, staff building.
In the building?
Yeah, correct. The square footage and the car parking requirements to have that in the MCP area was not supported by the community. So there is a line item in the in the long-term plan for us to investigate a civic building for $100,000, which we are doing. And you know that may come out that we need to combine the two, but we wouldn't be able to combine the two at the Mangawhai Community Park location.
Well, so therefore, one way or the other, this concept plan that we've done, it counts out one or the other.
Correct. We are seeking now direction for Mangawhai, which is the preferred option for location, so that we can progress these designs further.
Okay, now, look, yeah, fine. That clarifies one element. We talk about, so you've done this well, the potential population base in 2054 that we need to facilitate I'm trying to think of the right word, but facilitate one of these buildings. We know what our population is now. Nowhere, unless I've glazed over it, nowhere that I find any reference to current usage of library facilities. Now, I accept that I could well have missed it. So I would like to know for both Mangawhai and Dargaville, relative to our current populations, what is the actual usage factor?
So we provided that information through the reports to establish the Mangawhai Kaipara Service Centre. So we've got the Kaipara Library running now, and the numbers were all provided in the report, so I can share that with you.
Well, I mean, I would like, it puts real context to all of this.
Yeah, what I would say is we've had amazing feedback from the Mangawhai Library, but the biggest piece of feedback we have for the Mangawhai Library is just the sheer lack of space.
Oh, there's no disagreement with that. And actually, I don't have a disagreement with the principle of where we're going. I don't necessarily agree with the way we've gone about it, but still, the first context is, what is our current uptake of usage, even within the constraints of size, and how does it relate? Because I've got no sense of whether, we talk about 13,700 people.
I can get you those numbers, but what I can tell you is, especially during the school holidays, those libraries are packed. They're busy, well-used resources.
And they probably perceptibly look busier than they are, simply because in the Mangawhai case, because of the size.
Well, what you don't know is the unmet need at the moment because of the size and the lack of facilities and the services. It's really difficult to know what is the unmet need.
Well, exactly. It is very difficult to know what is.
What I can tell you is that in every instance where a new community hub has gone up, the increased use has been between 30 and in some cases up to 80% more than had been in the original building. So
right, and Sue, I know only on one instance, Omakara, which I continue to use as an example. And yes, I know how exponentially they went from 150 squares to a temporary facility of 200, now going to go to 400 to 500. That's what they need. They see that they need down there as a projection for the future. Right, this is their third move, and that's what they're. So it's interesting. They're talking about a major growth area and needing 500 squares.
What's their population?
Their population right now is very much mirroring Mangawhai, about 7,500, 8,000, and going to go to 14 to 15,000 by 2050. So I'm no expert. I'm trying to understand some elements of construction.
So I guess just in the fact that we've only got a limited amount of time, I guess what we really would like now is a bit of direction in terms of location and what you'd like to see come back to you for those concept designs on both sides.
Okay, let's move on then and get that done. Councillor Williams, you wanted to make your contribution?
I just wanted to make the point that in the beginning, when consultation first started in 2021 for the Mangawhai libraries, there were 45 people who submitted on it, and 55% of those said that they didn't want to purchase land or have a building. And that was when the amount was at about $5 million, I think. And now looking at these concepts and what it's going to cost, it's all very well, the community will have all these great ideas, but it's when you've got to pay for it that this is where this now needs to go, when they see the costs. And I don't think that anyone would want, there's a lot of things that are excluded in this budget too. So that's quite frightening, and it makes me nervous that we're looking at these amounts of money for our small communities.
Absolutely. So through the chair, we've only looked at locations where we own land, and staff can't make the decision to, say we're going to cut this from community feedback. Council has the ability to be able to give us directions on what our preferred approach should be. So that's why we are at the briefing today asking for that feedback from elected members.
Okay, Councillor Larson.
Mr Mayor, just before we go to Councillor Larson, I think it's fair to say, given the conversation so far, that you're obviously supporting a scaled back version because of the financials involved. Happy days. That's clear direction from you, and I think that's fair. We'd love direction on the location.
Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Yeah, so I think that the conversation has changed hugely from where it started with the community, and that started with a blue sky question of what do you want, without any numbers around what that might cost, which is very easy to go asking people for their aspirations if you don't have any limitation on them. We've now developed concepts that encompass all those aspirations at a price that's potentially twice what we had originally suggested it might be in our budgets. And I think that we need to go back and look again at these growth assumptions, because I don't know whether we would actually land them. And I think we need to really be crystal clear with our community about this funding mechanism. Make sure that they understand that the component of it that's being collected from development contributions is going to get collected over a very long period of time, resulting in 2,400 more households, and that the other half, even under our current budget, is going to be funded through general rate collected across the whole district. But not only that, the building of the development contribution component is going to be collected from across the whole district as well for the Mangawhai library. As far as the Dargaville concept is concerned, I certainly support it, putting it back into community control through a trust or whatever. However, $14 million to develop that seems like an enormous amount of money to even contemplate. So I think we need to be very clear about, okay, this is what you've suggested you might like. This is what it would cost. This is what the impact on rates is going to be for your generation and your children's generation.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're being asked here to commit to a location to develop at Mangawhai, and I say don't do that now. Let's put the whole thing on hold, and let's actually ground truth what we're trying to achieve here, because it looks to me like it's a project that's just growing out of control with aspirations without decent numbers around it. So don't do anything more. Put the whole thing on hold is my feedback. Thank you.
So these are just conceptual designs based on community feedback. But what I'm hearing is that potentially the paper should recommend that we go through the consultation with the community at the next long-term plan to identify funding mechanisms.
Well, maybe, or just my guidance at this point is let's put this whole thing on hold and let's get this straightened out. It's growing out of control.
We won't be able to refine the price without a location and, requirements for the community.
So
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my view is I concur with what Councillor Larson has said here now, and I think that I give one example. Dargaville. Now, Dargaville buildings that we rent is costing us a fortune and is hugely underutilised. So I did submit, trying to be constructive, that we consider, given that we've got $50,000 in the budget to move reception, etc., to the higher floor of the current council building, rented, is the space, I don't know, but is the space to utilise the still unutilised area over there for a library? Now, I don't know, it's just...
The current reception area downstairs is smaller than the current Dargaville library, so that would not be a feasible.
I mean, is there other area that's underutilised? Or, I mean, don't need an answer now. This is just saying, here's another option. Could it be feasible? And I think that, we do have to go back and we have to look at reality. And I think that I'll leave it at this, that there's one key question that was missed out of the community dialogue, and that was, how much more in your rates are you prepared to pay to get the ideals that you want in a library? And you would have had a big fat negative out of that.
Through the chair, that's the point of these briefings, is that we provide that number and then ask them, are they prepared to pay that for what they've asked for?
Oh, well, it's fine. So that's we need to, I believe we need to reconsider where we're at. I don't have an issue with the need, but there will be other options. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Councillor Larson and Councillor Howard have said. I think the consideration for me with the Ehrlich Park site is that this will be the one and only sports pavilion, site for Mangawhai to use. We're going to need a lot of parking. There's been talk in the community eventually in years to come, potentially for a pool. So I think getting that concept of what the sports needs are going to be first before we then perhaps overlay building.
We consulted that through the long-term plan as well, and there's another project that's being led by Sam, so she's across both of those projects, and that village concept project will demonstrate that there's space for both.
Okay. Yeah, look, I'm going to add my feedback here. It's all very well hoping that we're going to get all these lots built and development levies and et cetera. I see yesterday they're saying that New Zealand could be facing its first net loss of people. We're in really bad economic space at the moment. And there's no way I'd want to commit these sort of numbers to a future library at this point. I think putting that on hold is a good idea at this stage until we see what our economy starts doing, so this council can make plans based on real returns from development, because that may not happen. I've seen it before. In terms of site, I don't like to see Earlitz Park to develop for anything other than what I believe it was actually given for, and that was for sporting. We desperately need to spend what little money we have getting those grounds up ready for future use. We've got overflowing numbers at the soccer club, etc. And I think the site can be totally utilised for that. And we've got all that land up at Mangawhai Park, which I believe we can use for a library facilities. That would be my preference, for those facilities to go there. So that's my feedback.
I thought I gave my feedback, but I'm just repeating myself again. Yeah, I'm happy with other councillors to put it on hold and explore possibilities whereby we don't have to spend too much money, and maybe there are options available already in the building we hold. And there is no hurry. It doesn't have to be done this year. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parapanuri, have your hand up, evidently.
Yeah, so I just wanted to concur with most of the general consensus around the room. I'm a little bit disappointed and a bit worried about a lot of the concept design for this being earmarked for the town hall in Dargaville. We've already seen the previous designs and architectural concepts that have been provided, and the fact that this is focusing on developing that as the community hub when there's no real funding, and it's almost a pie in the sky design taken from the community with a very open-ended consultation document. Makes me want to separate the two away, and if this is being put on hold or this is being progressed, it should be progressed for Dargaville on the basis that it's not part of the town hall. We've had our town hall closed for 3 years now. We have no official evacuation site. If any other further things happen in the future, we just need to get on with getting our hall back up and running and operational. And I think the more that we continue to try and put this community hub into that development, the more that we're going to see the delay of us opening the town hall. That's the focus. That's the priority. Our town doesn't need nor want bells and whistles, because as we know, it hits the community every year with the increased rates. And so, yeah, that's my direction is essentially to stop lumping the community hubs with our town hall, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm okay with the thing being held over for a bit, that we can have a bit of a cup of tea and a think about things. One thing though, I do wonder for Dargaville, I wonder, should we be looking to other alternatives as a stopgap measure to meet the immediate, very unsatisfactory situation that we have with the overcrowded library there? There may be a vacant building around town. It's a little month or more since I've been in Dargaville. There may be a building that lends itself in the middle of town to being used for that purpose as an interim thing, with a relatively modest cost to get it fitted out and fit for use. So I'd be keen for some investigation there, if that were possible. In the meantime, as we're looking to, I think the term is right size our aspirations, and see where the money might come from for that. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a quick summation of your feedback is that we kind of pause at the moment. We're originally going to right size it, look at other options, that sort of stuff, but effectively, I think the balance of that better off funding will be foregone, as a matter of fact. So we'll pause this. That's fine. We'll look at the future LTP work as well, and we'll work on that timeframe and that timetable. I do want to sort of close off by saying that you're talking about other alternatives. All of that has been done in the past, and I know there's significant work in Dargaville, for example, where alternative locations were looked at, et cetera, et cetera. We'll have a look at the NRC building. I think that may be limited though, to be fair, but we'll have a look at that. But of course, yeah, that's right. We won't put a lot of priority in this work in now, and we'll revisit it again in the LTP work with the council.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you can stand here and start, and we'll
take a break.
Stop for 10 minutes, which will bring us back at 11:36.
Great. 11:36 for those online.
Take your breath, Mike.
Okay. Let's reconvene this briefing today, 3rd of February. And next on our agenda is Kauri Coast Community Pool Operating Grant Review. And we have Brett Young. Welcome, Brett, from what do you call yourself? Community Asset Solutions. Yeah. So yourself and Amy will be taking us through this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take my report as read again. Thanks. I guess just to be clear, the purpose of this briefing item is threefold. One is that our annual operating grant that we've been paying for the last, I think, 3, 4, 5 years to the Kauri Coast Community Pool is up for renewal. Expires on the 30th of June 2025. So in 4 months' time. The Northland Aquatic Facilities Plan that was presented by Sport Northland last September indicated that they would like to move away from owning the Kauri Coast Community Pool and identified 4 options for alternative ownership within their Northland Facilities Plan. And then lastly, we're seeking direction on our annual plan consultation approach. So I'll hand over to Brett to take you through the presentation.
Thank you, Haley. Good morning, everybody, Mr. Mayor, members. Thank you for this opportunity. Last time I think I said I was on the menu. Sounds like it is again today, but yeah, it's a privilege to be able to do this investigation and to be able to uncover what you're going to see in the presentation. I appreciate that it was sent out on Friday, so we'll take it as read, but I will go through it and identify the key points so that you can come back and fire questions. But before I start on that, just a little bit of background about me. I'm a ratepayer. I live in Mangawhai on the edge of the border with Auckland. I'm also a sports facilities consultant, have been for over 20 years, and I focus on strategic asset management. So within that comes facilities and my specialty around facility management and asset management of those facilities from a community context. So it is important that I put that into reality, into context, because the flavour of what this review is about is exactly that. And it identifies some kind of key areas that I feel should be addressed and would like to bring to your attention for future decision making. So when Haley contacted me November last year and said, hey, can you put together a review of this? I jumped at it, given my first opportunity to serve Kaipara District Council and the ratepayers. And of course, what you're going to see here is some interesting concepts around how we should proceed and how we're looking at it. But again, the context of today is that it's a briefing, so we're looking for further direction. And from that final report of mine. Oh, it's a clicker. So this is really what we're talking about today, and from a context point of view, the condition assessment is really important for the future of what needs to happen from there. This is a high-level methodology that has been put in place so far, and in essence, a lot of data. There's a lot of documentation review. We've talked about the regional plans and product plans and plans coming out our ears. So what we've got to be really careful of, and in my review of this, is we don't get paralysis by analysis. And so this here summarises kind of those key concepts and how it sits in a bespoke model for Kaipara. So far, there's been a fair few stakeholder meetings. Sport Northland, of course, who are the current owners. CLM Pool staff, we were on site a couple of weeks ago. And of course, Kaipara District Council staff. There's a couple of groups left to engage with, and one, of course, being the critical advisory panel, which I'm really keen to understand their thoughts on things, as well as their local assessment. I have a colleague achieving all this with me. And whilst he lives in Auckland, he's Ngāti Whātua Kaipara. So he's got a really good local understanding of the Dargaville area. His family are from here, and has really given me some really good insights on demographics, etc. so far as well, which has said a lot in what we're looking at ahead. The condition grade assessment that we use, well, the industry uses, the summary of it is a scale of very poor to very good, with a 1 being very good, as opposed to thinking it's the other way. So anything I reference from here with assets, a 1 is top of the tree, okay? And that's based on a number of criteria that you're about to see. So this is the summary of it. I've broken down the asset assessment into 3 key areas. One being the buildings, the pools, the things that you see when you walk in. So it's kind of the lovely, shiny magpie things. And a wonderful quote I use in my business, Kurt Vonnegut said, "We love to build new stuff, but we're really reluctant to maintain stuff." So that is a context for what this is all about as well. So the magpie effect, nice, shiny and new. And I found that the day I visited. I was very impressed. I thought a building, that was planned in 2006 and completed in 2009 would have a little bit of wear and tear and a little bit of visible age of, access and usage. But I was very impressed with the state of it. The cleanliness of the facility was quite high. And that's reflected in my scoring you'll see in the top on the right. Buildings, pools and general facilities are all those things kind of above surface. And there's a few things I know in there, like there's a crack in the 50-metre pool and so forth, but that happens with concrete and tile pools. The plant room, we know the story about the plant room. It needs replacing, it needs renewals. I was very kind in my 4.25 scale. It certainly needs quite a bit of renewal activity to it. Of course, with any facility, it works on like a stool model where the pillars, if one of them's out of balance, the facility will tend to struggle, and it'll struggle to present itself as a facility that has good options. So that was the plant room. The general accessibility, a lot of people overlook accessibility, but if a pool is not accessible or a facility is not accessible, or there's crazy designs where you've got light bulbs 3 stories up, you've got scaffolding costs, you've got all sorts of costs operationally, which you will struggle with any facility. And a pool's no exception to that rule. So the accessibility, I was very impressed at the design. And I was more than happy to score it very, very highly, because as soon as we parked, we accessed the place very easily, very quickly. It was easy to get around. And of course, that helped us to have a good first impression experience of the facility. These are the things that I looked at within the general facilities. The roofs, there's a little bit of surface rust. That's primarily because of the solar panel system. But the rest of it just needed a bit of love and attention, needed a proper maintenance plan. I must stress that in stakeholder engagement and my review of the assets, there's been not a lot of proactive asset management for the pool. And of course, that curve's going to rapidly take off if that's not addressed pretty quickly. We all use the useful life model that IRD tells us to when it comes to facilities of this scale. We like to think that a building will last, 4,000 years, but they don't. So 50 years is the model that we use for not only depreciation, but for useful life. But as you can see, we've still got, close to 70% of life left in that facility. And on the surface, it looks good, but behind the scenes, there's a little bit of struggle street. The reason I put staff facilities in there is that if they don't treat it well, then it can be a problem to maintain it, and then they don't use it, and then all of a sudden other things start to creep into their behaviours of how it's worked. All the hard standing was fine. The pools itself were good. I've taken the splash pad out of it being a pool facility, because mostly in a splash pad, it is a piece of plant, pipes, etc., etc. But there's definitely, with this pool of this scale, when you look at the plant, the investment in it needs to be around that 10-year mark, as opposed to the buildings, which is more 30 and plus. Thank you, driver. And here's the telling truth. So, given my one visit and my visual assessment, which is the scale is rated on, but also the documentation I've received, the feedback I've received from Sport Northland, as well as some other documentation I've received, would suggest that the plant is, as I said before, in struggle street. Most plant, between 10 and 15 years, 15 if you really look after it, if you give it a lot of love for an aquatic facility. I've averaged it to 13 years based on the criteria that I've used and the components that I'm using here. It's asset people will stand around a table and we'll debate these. I'll have some agreement and I'll have some opposed to these bits and pieces, but at the end of the day, it gives us a really good snapshot. So the things that weren't working, the chemical dosing system and the splash pad, they were just not working. So in my view, are at the bottom of the tree. And we need to focus on a lot of these things being serviceable and being able to be used by the community and all the visitors. But of course, I don't need to tell you that if you've been to the pool, these are the things that we'll be struggling with. But it's also the things that Sport Northland have struggled with their ability to asset manage the facility. Thanks, general accessibility, I'll come back to this, really important, because if a facility is clumsy in its design, if it's also not accessible, and what I mean by accessibility in this context is that it's really inclusive, it's really open to everyone to use, then it becomes really, really difficult to manage from a staffing point of view, and the costs will then go through the roof. What I've failed to mention in my brief about me is I come from a 4-year background of managing the largest aquatic facility in the country before the earthquakes in Christchurch, Kiwi2 Park. And when you have a white water pool, or you have a pool that has lots of hidden points, you have to have more staff to be able to lifeguard the facility. But your plant room actually then becomes more critical because moving water makes a lot of those moving parts, the high wear and tear, fail more regularly than you would otherwise expect. And if you don't choose the right filtration system and the right chemical system, it can cause even more problems, as we've discovered with our brief review of the solar panels on the roof. And of course, there is other aspects of parking and accessing the facility that make it really quite easy on the eye from an accessibility point of view. So hence the rating, the positive rating. So these are the things that we kind of have uncovered from a maintenance point of view that need to be addressed pretty quickly. And I know you've probably seen this. This is a snapshot as opposed to a detailed list. There are some things in here that we can push, we can pull, we can massage, but at the end of the day, those critical items are the top two. To have a chlorine dosing system that is being manually dosed runs a real risk of a health and safety issue, and being exposed to high level chemicals, but also with getting the dosage wrong. We've got to rely on human error here. We've got to rely on human input. General pool repairs and minor roof repairs here and there, they were just based on my observation, but somewhere around that 200 to 250 mark, I should say, is roughly what I would expect we could spend on it to get that plant really up to speed. And then I thought I'd provide you with some basic background on my analysis of the operating that both Sport Northland and CLM have in place. I took depreciation on the equipment out a subtle little thing, but I'm not a fan of depreciation on noodles and other bits and pieces around pools. So that's why some of the numbers may differ. So the total expenses of around 455K. For a 50-metre pool, not too bad, but because the plant is in bad condition, it's between just over 100K north of what it should be. So there's no way that pool should be any more than, say, 375 to operate in a 12-month year. Sweeping statement, but in my brief view at this stage. The income is heavily based, as you can tell, on your subsidy. The non-subsidy generated income in the last annual report was 60K. So, that can be improved, of course, with programming, but not a lot. There's a whole lot of demographic ramifications to consider here, but there's also obviously options to consider around what they can program within the pool space and what makes it fit for purpose for that in mind. The Hydro and Todgers pool seem to me to be really amazing facilities that we could probably do some tweaking with from a capital reinvestment point of view. Covering the 50-metre pool. Shade Systems have sent me a thing that they had last year around the 2 million mark. They were approached by Sport Northland to see what it would roughly cost. And that's what it came in at to cover the entire 50-metre pool. So what this does is looks at those key OPEX line items. And for me, that water and energy cost is I need to get into the depth of that, excuse the pun intended, to look at why those costs are sitting really, really high. Given it's a seasonal pool, but also given that everything's shut down in the off season, which is probably a little bit like a thermostat, probably needs to run efficiently at a lower level than be switched off and switched on. Particularly in the design of these solar panels, which were interesting. Just want to dwell quickly on the indirect versus direct costs. In an operating model such as this, let's call it a franchise for ease of definition. CLM, there's a lot of costs spread across their unit delivery. Fair enough, it's their model. But I would suggest that there's probably a few costs in there that are subsidised right across their network, across the country, not just across Northland, acknowledging the regional aquatics plan, but certainly if it was a more localised operating model, that wouldn't be that level of cost and indirect costs. And, things like auditing and accounting and computer costs and so forth, there's a fair bit. But also, I'm intrigued by the marketing cost. So Hayley and I talked about this a little bit. Quite amused that the marketing cost was so low. For a pool of that kind of status and that appeal to the community, and with that amount of subsidy from Kaipara District, I think it's probably something that should be a bit higher. From an operations point of view, it's something that I would be looking at across their model. And of course, their staff costs and the CLM costs speak for themselves, really. The day we visited, the two staff that were working the poolside were from Whangarei Aquatic Centre. So there's quite a few staff coming across down numbers, is it 18 or 16? And I was amused by that. Where are the locals? Where are the locals' employment to try and help generate some efficiencies through local employment? And so into the operating options, we know that there was 4. These in the final report will be stretched out quite significantly, but in a headline, a Sport Northland retains the ownership, and we continue with a subsidy model. There will need to be some tweaking, I believe, within that to provide best value for money. Certainly, you can see in the pros and cons. And my my view on this is that an operator can become lazy when there's a high level of subsidy. So it's just a matter of how do we balance that out, get the best value for. I'm a ratepayer, remember? So best value for ratepayers, but best value for the local community. It is a wonderful facility, and all the aquatic facilities I've seen, very impressive. Loved it. It was great design. Just some things need to be tweaked, I think, for it to be a little bit more successful. The next one was transferring the ownership to us, to KDC. We'll be honest, most aquatic facilities around the country are owned by councils because they're the only ones that can afford it generally. The level of scale of cost of facility are very, very high. And as soon as you put a 50-metre pool in, you pretty much double what a 25-metre pool would cost. But that's a slight exaggeration, but it provides context to know that a pool cost and capital, if it is not covered, can run your operating costs a fair bit higher as well. But in terms of this model, it is noted in the Regional Aquatics Plan as the preferred model. And I think that's because the authors are so used to seeing facilities owned by councils. Okay. And when you've got a small council area and a small rateable area, like I grew up in Rangitikei Council, which is very similar to Kaipara in terms of size. Martin has a 50-metre pool as well, and they're struggling to keep up with the cost of that, but that one is covered. And CLM have just taken over the operations of that in the last 3 years because it was left idle for a long time through affordability options. So just also remember that if you're divesting an asset to someone else, you're also divesting the liability and the burden. And then the next model, there's a few options here, but what you do here is you turn a public mode of operandi pool into a private pool. So some examples very close to home, Albany pool, if that's close, as council, sorry, but you've got Northern Arena in Silverdale. We've got in St. John's, Mark Bones Fantastic. And the next generation facility where the tennis was played, there is some large aquatic provision in that. And that facility has over 5,000 members, and they subsidise obviously that pool. But their income generator is Learn to Swim. But not as you'd probably expect for rates of Learn to Swim in Dargaville or in a community of this size. They are $250 a term kind of numbers, which are pretty nosebleed to probably for a community such as this. And then there's the charitable trust model. I spent half of my life in charitable trusts and incorporated societies. They're always vulnerable to the people on the boards. They're always vulnerable to the skills that they can recruit. They're always vulnerable to looking at documents at 10 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night, trying to make decisions. And they're always vulnerable to a funding sector which is highly contestable and highly vulnerable to events that can happen outside of their control. So, for example, a lot of the funding in the last 3 or 4 years has been diverted to the east coast of New Zealand from the big funders like lotteries because of earthquakes or cyclones or large-scale weather events. But we've been down this road before, I believe, and going back to this model would take a heck of a lot of due diligence on what this model could be and who would be involved in it. At the moment, I've estimated that the pool in its current state should be running at under 500K a year, but if we were to improve it, that would be under 400K a year. And some pretty pictures to highlight what I've just spoken about. There's certainly the shade sails there in the third image. They were replaced 2 years ago. The originals were blue and white. Now they're green and blue, nice and new. You will also note down there on the bottom left, the gutter surface rust. That's as a result of the solar panels failing and just dumping into the guttering. The second one with the shower cubicles is very typical of a public facility, and so it's surface stuff, which is easy to maintain. But there should be an asset management plan put in place here that is robust. And from what I've seen, I would have that as a independent model for the pool. And pictures can sell 1,000 words as well. You would hate to see this. The residents would probably hate to see this as a result of a lack of investment, which is a closed pool. So it's quite telling. Everyone just thought I'd put it in there because it's looking at the other end, the other side of the pool. But it's actually a telling picture of a pool that's not used can be just as much of a burden as it is when it is used.
Thanks, Brett. So I guess now we're looking for direction from elected members on whether or not we should be renewing our operating grant with Sport Northland. B, whether or not any of those ownership options are interesting to elected members that you'd like us to eke out. And C, what your feelings are around our proposed, it's not my mouse, our proposed consultation question, which is, should council continue to fund the operations and future capital investment of the Kauri Coast Community Pool? Yes or no? And if yes, how should that funding be collected? So should we continue to collect via a general rate, which is paid by the population across the district based on land value, or via a targeted rate from the Dargaville and Mangawhai wards? And I've provided the impact of that within my report. Happy to take questions.
I think Peter had a hand up first, Councillor Paniora.
And then me.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. Firstly, I wanted to say, sorry, I didn't catch your name, but that's a really thorough and probably the most detailed report and assessment that we've received to date. So I just want to thank you really for, that insightful information and feedback that you've provided to us. I just wanted to also raise the real concerns around what you've also touched on, which is that when you do the maths, the Dargaville pools, I think it opened on the 1st of January and then it closes in April, which I've calculated is only 131 days. So if that pool was to be open all year round, we would be looking at water costs of $130,500, energy of $126,919, CLM costs of $171,667, and staff costs of $516,151, bringing just the total for those costs alone. I haven't included the insurance because that's obviously insured all year round, whether it's open or not, at $945,000 for those pools. On the flip side, the income produced from the pools is only $60,000. So a couple of those options are screaming out to me as just unattainable, because if a private charitable trust or the like was to come in and try to buy these facilities to continue to provide a service to the community, I fail to understand how they could come up with the types of costs involved to be able to run this to the standard that we want it run to. And if it means that they need to go and get contributions from either central government or ourselves, or whether it be Northern Regional Council, which we still haven't really, doesn't seem to be touched on in this report, then the question remains, if they need to go and get that that funding, then that's something that the council should be, that we should be looking to get the funding for. I think that we can't just wipe our hands of this and trust and hope that an outside provider will, will continue to serve to the standard that we need it to. I think that the only viable option is Kaipara District Council to take over the running of the pools. There's many efficiencies there. If it's water, if it's the water cost, and that's I suppose it balances itself out a little bit in that we are will be charging ourselves. And also, huge on the staff and the CLM costs. I mean, I know a number. I actually have friends that have worked there over the years, and their children have the necessary skills. We have plenty of locals that can do the job, and I don't especially since it's a roster system, so I don't understand why we've got these huge costs to provide accommodation for the staff. And I've said on previous occasions that some of them are quite young, the ones that are coming over from whāngarei, and I have actually personally witnessed them putting the chlorine into the pool, in the corner of the pool, whilst children and customers are swimming in the pool. We just have to look at yesterday's notice that says that the hydro pool is closed until further notice. So I'm not too sure whether the assessment accurately reflects the current state of that pool. I'm not too sure what's going on there. But I think that council could run it a lot more efficiently. And I mean, I really don't want to stop paying the cost to Sport Northland, because I don't think that they'd have to shut the pool down. Like, that's the reality of the situation if we were to stop that funding. But I think we need to do it in tandem with signalling that we will no longer fund them, and then us moving it back into Kaipara District Council's ownership. I know that my final point is the pool was closed, I think it was on Sunday, for some sort of event. It looked like it attracted quite a wide range of people, and I really actually would like to see what the official takings were for the pool that day, given that we've lost revenue on that day, and we had quite a lot of people there. And I'd be quite disappointed if no takings were taken for that. So I would like to see what's gone on there. So that's my direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And through the chair, the Sport Northland annual report with CLM's annual report will be presented next month to council. So those are some questions that you could pose to Sport Northland and CLM.
Yeah, Councillor Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm probably the one who uses the pool now for last 1 week. Before I give direction, first of all, I must compliment, as my predecessor did. You did a very good analysis for the operations, and also the pictures and my questions are on those pictures you presented. So the plant you have mentioned, and I agree with that, is one thing. Obviously, if the plant is not well maintained, and the second thing, which I probably asked you the question, the filtration you said is obviously low marked, and then the pool is closed. The reason it is closed is because, probably you didn't highlighted this, is fails the test, and it fails the test, which is done manually, just as the way you mentioned that they are putting chlorine manually. The test is done manually. Now, just to let you, probably you already know, WDC, the Whāngarei Aquatic Center, had a little machine. It doesn't cost much, which means it does it right. And the pool, if you look at the closure rate of Kauri Coast and Whāngarei, you'll be amazed. It's very minuscule in Whāngarei Aquatic Center. So we have to look at the things, how we can make it worthwhile. I have to agree on one thing. Councillor Penera mentioned that events. I have been talking to the staff also how we can do better, because it's early, like 1 week I've been going there. Events is one thing which brings money suddenly. So if it's closed for 1 day, I'm sure it would have brought money for the whole month, because the occupancy of the pool every time I go, whether I go in the morning or afternoon or evening, is depending on whether it's school holidays. In school holidays, it's full. But now people are back to school, so obviously the user is not. Hydrology, I think the people love it. The old people love it. They come for it, they pay it, there are swim classes. These are the financial items. But I think we have to look at bigger items. All the kids I see there, they want to be Olympic style swimmer. You know, they come, they splash, they jump. So you have to look at the social cost if we don't look after the pool, that we will miss all those generation of people who can actually do it. So my issue, I mean, I will really like you to do a deeper study in how we can make it more efficient in terms of how we can operate it and better operate it and leave it more open.
Through the chair, if you have feedback on current operations, that would be best saved for the annual report to give to Sport Northland. What we're looking for at the moment is direction.
No, I will give the direction, but sorry for that, Haley, is because he made a very good assessment of what are the flaws in the operation. So I think we have to look after that. There's no point giving direction and say run it, and in the same way. $45,000 water charges more than compensate of the grant we give them. So whether you give it to KDC, literally all you're doing is taking a management for, and you're not having a 45,000. So literally it's a balancing act with more responsibility. KDC, I don't know whether they will be able to run it as efficiently as CLM does. I have talked to the lifeguards. Yes, they come from Whangarei. Locals have to be involved. Agree with Brett on that. I think more than that, is there a plumbing issue? Is there a leakage in there? Why a $45,000 bill for 3 months? So these are the kind of thing I would like to see. Solar heating, lastly, there is an issue with solar heating. I hardly does it. The pump goes up, the water goes up, it doesn't heat it, right? So I went to the hydrology, bearable, and the rest of it chilly as. So yeah, so in a nutshell, before we decide about it, we have to maintain it. I saw a beautiful mural done by one of the community on the wall. I have a photo, I'll circulate to you. People take pride in this, and this is an asset which has to be well maintained, and it's a landmark in Kauri. I don't think there's any other pool, public nature, which is so, as you rightly rated it, in terms of maintenance. But the major issue, which is filtration, which is testing, which is plant, and which is a solar system, has to be looked after. We should maintain, and then it's good for 50 years. So in terms of direction, yes, I'm okay with your recommendation. The model which is there is working. It's not working because it's not being well maintained. And I would say go with the option of status quo with better investment. Yeah, thank you.
So just to be clear, your preference is status quo, but seeking further KPIs and measures from Sport Northland to meet.
Yeah, well, help Sport Northland to fix the problems with the help of KDC, because if there is a plumbing issue, I mean, it is KDC asset, isn't it? So we are morally, legally.
Sorry, this belongs to Sport Northland, and they
own the land?
We own the land.
That's what I said.
We do not own the pool. Sport Northland owns the pool, and they sub out to CLM to operate it. We just provide an operation.
Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. So if you lease it, Haley, I'm just trying to be more, I've seen all those things in my life. If you give your asset to a tenant or to lessee.
It's not our asset. I just want to be really clear about that. They have a license to occupy that land. All the assets on that land belong to Sport Northland. KDC has no ownership of any assets on that.
KDC can stop the water?
So any ratepayer can have water running to their house and pay rates. They will need to fix that.
No, we have to write the contract again. All I'm trying to say, KDC should take personal responsibility in the operation in terms of giving the infrastructure and then lease it. Maybe charge them more, maybe give them less money, but that's the way it should be. How can you give something which is half-heartedly run and expect the other party. CLM is a very professional body. I have seen their polls in Auckland. They do very well. So I have no grudge against CLM operations. All I have grudge against, and that the ratepayers tell me too, that it is not being operated well because of the flaws in the maintenance. So I would like to that get fixed. And yet I'm happy to, and I implore on all the elected members to have a swim there too. I think it's excellent. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brett. Very good, or sobering, probably is the better word. Look, I'm a bit torn here because, you know, it is a major facility, and the key metrics for me continue to go backwards. So I can't conceive how we could continue with status quo. Right? Now, you've got one end of the scale to say enough's enough. You know, Sport Northland essentially own it, but we pick up the pieces. And we can't, I don't believe, reasonably see a positive way forward when we're open only from January the 1st for 100 odd days.
Let's check, please. Checked on that.
No, hang on, just doesn't have to be confrontational. So how many days?
You're right.
December the 1st through till
Yeah, end of April.
end of April.
Yeah,
So
Beginning of April.
150 days.
I think so.
That's what it was open for
Wait.
this year.
131.
Okay. Look, you know, I'm not being negative. I'm just trying to put the key facts together. You know, I struggle to understand why, when we're paying all of this money, that we don't run it, you know, with staff. I think that probably there is an element of it is the management, it is the expertise that there is around the country of people to manage facilities. As Brett says, he's done the biggest one in the country. So I don't know whether we've engaged with people who have the right sort of expertise in doing these things. I wonder about sponsorship. I mean, we talk about the $90,000 as cost to the solar. Now we've got big engagement just out the back here with a company, new company to this area, putting in a significant solar system. Why is there not a connection? Okay, it's getting into a marketing sphere, it's getting into sponsorship, things like that. But that seems to be a major cost. And actually, more than that, it's a huge cost because the warmth of the pool is the greatest inhibitor, probably, to people coming and using it. So I'm trying to get it on the front foot and say, where can we focus to get more patronage? Because that's the last aspect. You can't do status quo because patronage is going in one direction. Don't matter what you say about it, it is going back. So we've got to arrest that decline, arrest the negatives and say, are we on for it? Are we going to make it happen? Are we going to continue to absorb these costs? I don't think, from what all I've been able to read, that Sport Northland, I should say it this way, I don't see that Sport Northland, as the owners, are really pulling their weight on this whole thing. So that's it in an essence. You know, status quo is not a consideration to my mind because ultimately, we don't want to do it now, but we're going to be forced into a situation where we have to say, close it. And that would be diabolical, right? We understand that. But what we have to do is look at the key elements that we can change that, and it's expertise of management, it is better use of resources that are in the community to cover off key elements and get the place on, it can be, on a more secure footprint.
So can I confirm that your support is that KDC would take over ownership, that Sport Northern would unwind ownership to council?
Well, yes, I think that I've got to that stage simply because we are paying such a huge amount of money to do it, but we've got to get the services somehow in there of an expert who really knows and is a successful operator somewhere else, even if it's on a contract basis.
So with previous mayor, so that's actually option 2 in the report. Yeah. So currently CLM is that operator who operate pools across New Zealand.
Well, you know, I mean, I've got doubts whether CLM.
It's necessarily reported to us, but yeah. Okay.
Okay, councillor Lambert, you are next. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies for walking in late, but I'm pretty sure I can fill in the gaps from the start there. Look, we'll just fact check a few things. It was brought back this year because of lack of budget, so it usually opens from Labor Day to Easter weekend. That's traditionally what it is done, but it was brought back because there was a massive blowout in budget, and that's the only way they could make the savings. Also, they cut Tuesdays and Thursdays out of the morning, late morning swims right through the day. So the excessive, the amount of time accessible to the public is less. 2005, the old pool had an operating budget of $100,000. We're looking 20 years on. If you double that every 10 years, we would be looking at 400,000 back on the level that we started at. We haven't been anywhere near there, and that is telling. When Mr. McKercher and the council were backing this pool from the start, they took out maintenance. And they said they were going to look after it. That was never factored in. Now we're seeing a good 15 years later, the lack of maintenance has really hit us like a tsunami. It's not just this last bit, it's come back to hit us. Another fact check, it is a 50-metre pool. Because of that, it got a lot of funding to start with. It attracts championship swimming events, and that was what was held in the weekend, and hence it was closed. The Northern Champs, I believe, and there will be secondary schools champs, and there could be regional champs in there as well. So it is one of the more pleasant pools to swim competitively in the top half of the North Island. So just bear that in mind. It is probably one of the most accurate pools as far as distance goes in the top half of the North Island, if not the country. Water expenses. We always overlook this. It's always been a problem. We've got a Venturi effect through the hydrotherapy, which creates a massive amount of evaporation with warm water and a prevailing wind. That is a problem. The closing in of that will stop a lot of that. However, as previously mentioned, we've got a water trust here who's looking to get rid of some water. So there's a sponsorship deal there, surely, with the Titai Tokyo Water Trust if we approach them. They also mentioned about the power. It's that, well, I won't go into the solar because that's an absolute disaster. And you really don't want to look in there because you probably have the fraud squad coming in to look at that on how that was put up. But really, we've got to cut our losses on the evacuated tube system. It's damaging to the building. It needs to go 12 months of the year. Craig, you jump in and correct me if I'm, oh, Brett, sorry, you jump in and correct me if I'm saying anything wrong here. Because the analogy I use, it's a magic system, an evacuated tube system. But the analogy I use, it's like a Ferrari when we need a Mack truck. It is performing well, but it's not for heating water. It's so wrong. But we need to get into these power people. We've got a massive, massive wind farm going up, and we've got solar farms. Here's another sponsorship opportunity. I'm not going to rattle on from, yeah, it definitely has. I don't think the passion has been there from Sport Northern in the last 3 or 4 years. It's almost as though we'll take our 27 grand for 6 months. Well, we add that up. That's 75 grand that was invested back by the trust that was running it beforehand. It's now evaporated. Promotion. Were they promoting the pool in the Christmas parade? I dressed up in the penguin suit for 2 years and ran down the Christmas parade to promote the thing. There's no passion like that. We need to get that back in. Yeah, it's hard work too, Sue. Trust me. Look, we've done option 4, the charitable trust, and the Kauri Coast Community Pool Trust did run that, and they did run it effectively, and we ran it off the smell of an oily rag. We used favours and everything else. So we've had option 4. We're doing option 1 now. It's not working, is it? Really isn't. It has gone backwards. I'm just wondering if there's a hybrid option there. KDC and a charitable trust. You know, we're paying a lot of money. We've got to tell them what they've got to do, and we're not. Nobody's there telling these guys what to do. Yeah. So yeah, we've got to keep it open for this community. It's gonna break this community if it's closed. You just got to go up there and see a busy day and see how much it's used. We've got to get that hydrotherapy closed in for the health benefits of our ageing population here in Dargaville requiring medical assistance. That is a biggie. That is so much to their rehabilitation. You just go ask anybody in health and physiotherapy how much a hydrotherapy is important for that and the health of the community. So we've got to get that closed in. Yeah, well, you've got more.
Sorry, Councillor Lambeth, what was the option that you preferred? What was your feedback?
Mixed.
Hybrid.
Mixed.
Yeah, hybrid between, say, 2 and 4. Currently, if we're going to stick with the Sport Northern currently, we have got to screw them down real tight, and we've got to have daily, almost weekly performance issues, and we've got to see how they're promoting. They came in to take this pool over with the guarantee that they were going to get external funding in, and they were going to promote it, and they were going to increase everything associated with the usage of it. I haven't seen one bit of that. I'm sorry. They just have not done it.
Through the chair, our operating grant requirements don't lay out those expectations. So
that's where another problem is. Yeah. Okay, that hasn't been done properly. And we need to have a good look at that. We need to, yeah, sorry. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, next on my list is Mark, followed by Councillor Williams. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was waiting for Gordon to say his piece because I thought he would have some key insights into and a bit of extra history in terms of the life of this pool. Because I guess I'm attracted to the charitable trust option, and maybe he's got something with the idea of a hybrid model. That there's pluses and minuses, obviously, and Brett's highlighted the number of the complications or hassles or deficiencies of a charitable trust. However, any option that doesn't have the pool on the council's books has to be advantageous because we don't have to then carry the cost of depreciation. Also, an external, like a charitable trust, would be in a position to attract external funding from whatever source that the council wouldn't necessarily have. So there's some potential advantages there, and it may be with some means of oversight by council. I think an essential tool would be an asset management plan that actually means something and provides that direction and guidance as to what has to be renewed and when. And because obviously there was a whole lot of reading that Brett showed us earlier where the problem is, and it looks quite expensive to solve. So I don't want to see the pool close. I also don't want to see the council lumbered with ongoing increasing costs. So if we can find a way that enables a arm's length approach, but some form of oversight by the council, then maybe that would be the a workable solution. I'll just check. Oh, also, I see on the actual reports, and it was in the verbal report today, we're talking about a targeted rate that could potentially be over the Dargaville and Wairua wards. I didn't think we had a Dargaville ward anymore.
Yeah. Wairua.
Yeah, so that might be something you might want to just look at for before you put it out to public. And yeah, no, I think I've said all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next was Councillor Williams.
Thanks. Yeah, interesting to hear about a hybrid model, and you know that could work really well. I think if KDC were to take it on, or if we were still, we're still funding it, would we not look to asking the community in the annual plan about the targeted rate option? And I just put it across to the fact that Mangawhai has an $80 charge for the harbour, Mangawhai Harbour Restoration. So, targeted rate to fund something specific to an area.
On page 3 and 4 of my report, that has the annual plan consultation request, consultation approach. So the first question is, should council continue to fund the future capital investment of the KCCB and operations? Yes or no? And if yes, that we should continue to fund, how should that funding be collected? So should we collect it via a general rate, or whether or not we should collect it from a targeted?
I think it might be time to maybe go out and ask. Yeah. Question. That's just my preference, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, extending on from that conversation, I wonder again, if we go that way, that we're again putting the cart before the horse. Yes, we can ask the community if they would accept a targeted rate, blah, blah, blah. But let's understand what the real implications of this. There's an opportunity here to get a feasibility study so we can cover off the elements that we need to, and we can have better informed community about the real issues. For instance, long term, I think that there's a common voice about we don't want to see it go. We want to keep it positive. We want to keep it. So if we're going to optimize usage, do we really have to consider covering it? To get, it's a big investment, guaranteed. But is that one aspect of what we need to do? I don't know what the optimization is. And if you invest it and you say, right, we're going to do a new model of ownership, etc., and we're looking at 25 years, is the money in the community to have contributions to fund a cover over it? Now, I know there'll be arguments against that, but to my way, I don't know what the cost of the net cost or gain of extending the life for another 6 months of the year, and what the usage would be over winter months. I know in places that I've been that there's a hell of a lot of school swimming and things like that that are done over winter months in a covered environment. So yeah, maybe there is an option, but it's information that we don't have. And Brett, as part of that, probably I'd ask you the question in your capacity of an expert operator and successful. Could even the status quo be done with new management, a new look at things, without this council subsidy? Any way we could do that?
Ooh.
I suspect I know the answer, but it's the sort of things that need to be asked.
Yeah, look, through the chair, I'd like to address the hybrid model. That seems to be a common theme coming through here. I'm a big fan. And I present hybrid models in every feasibility I do. And the reason for that is so you don't leave something out. Yeah. It doesn't fit into in a pigeonhole box of some other form of operation or asset management, so to speak. So, and in this context, the hybrid model could reflect a review of the grant system, for example, so you can have an operating grant and then you pull out a maintenance grant, have a separate maintenance grant. And that would be highly KPI driven based on what we understand is necessary to get that pool operating effectively. The other models, Councillor Lambeth, you talked about covering the pool and the wind factors and all that sort of thing. Yes, those are factors. We could cover and close down, sorry, not operate the 50-metre pool in winter months, but operate the rest of the facilities in an annual basis. And to the comments from the earlier councillor about costs, if we extrapolate that over 12 months, the curve flattens out big time once we do that. And if we cover it, then it can provide opportunities, but not as much as that would increase with the cost. So we have to be really sobering and reflective of how that could come into place. And sorry.
When you say cover it, you mean the whole facility or just the hydro pool?
The whole facility, but if we just cover the hydro area, we've got issues obviously with the way that's designed doesn't probably, we have 2 learn to swim lessons in there, maybe 3, and then we're very restricted on what else we could do. But I'm pleased, Councillor Lambeth, you talked about the solar system. I've got a report from the guy that put it in back in 2009. It's hilarious. I'm a risk taker.
He's on bail now, isn't he?
I'll bring Germans and so forth to put this in. But to Councillor Nair's point of view, comments, forcing water up onto that roof increases the pressure by an amount you wouldn't believe, which is cracking all the seals and all the thing. So yes, we've got a plumbing issue. But that's, I guess, a bit of detail that we need to look at in a more forensic approach to how we do it. And we definitely need a solid report that provides you with better information for your investment.
Just on that.
Hang on, do you want to speak?
Yeah, just on that. The covering of the 50-metre pool. We did extensive studies over the year. Look, we could have got it funded, bang, straight away, but we couldn't fund the operating cost every year because once you cover it, you introduce chlorine gas into a system where humans are walking around in. So you've got to get rid of that out all the time. And that becomes hugely expensive as far as energy goes. So we actually did studies on, we found it would be cheaper for the KDC to employ 2 drivers and buy 2 buses and bus everybody to Whangarei for free to swim in the winter months. It was going to be more fiscally viable to do that. We just don't have the numbers here for a large facility like that. The other aspect of it is open air 50-metre pools. Most of the Olympic Games and the major swimming events are held in open air 50-metre pools now. And of course, there's a rehabilitation. If people are training all the time in indoor pools, their performance drops off dramatically when they go outdoors. So this is a trend around the world. To have an open air 50-metre pool. We've got Rotorua who have got it, but they've got thermal energy there. So it's not, so the energy is a problem, the water is a problem. And those are our 2 biggest costs. But the covering of the pool, we looked at it and it's just not feasible, but the covering of the hydrotherapy is. But anyway, I'm
love your passion, Councillor Lambert.
Okay, anyone else want to have a say? Councillor Larson?
Yeah, good to hear all the different points of view. I certainly think that the charitable trust thing's a possibility, and maybe we have to transition things or have a hybrid model. I think we need to look at equity in terms of any consideration of any targeting of rates. I mean, as the Councillor Williams has raised, Mangawhai are all paying $80 for the outdoor swimming pool. And chipping in for the general rate component here as well. So maybe we do one or the other. We either have targeted rates or we don't have targeted rates. We'll fund both of them out of the general rate or fund both of them from targeted rates. That's something to have to think about anyway. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I just pause this for a little second here and get the direction that we need? actually. So I'm really mindful, one of the items that we're talking about very soon is the annual plan, right? So I heard, obviously, you're very clear, you don't want to close the pool. That's good, it's good to hear, right? I also heard that there needs to be a feasibility study to look like, say, a hybrid model where KDC could be part of that, as well as a trust, perhaps. And then obviously look at options around covering the cost and then extending the life of the pool over the year and the operation of the pool over the year and the costs around that. That's going to take obviously money to do and time as well. So what I'm suggesting here is that we continue with the funding of the pool for the next financial year, given that we're stuck here with the annual plan and we need to progress that. We put some money aside as part of that for feasibility to do exactly what you've asked. Does that sound like the direction that you're given?
I'd like one added direction that these people who are continuing the funding, this is their last chance to prove themselves.
Yeah.
And it needs to be made quite clear to them.
Just adding to that, Jason, is maintenance should be part of the grant. They have to maintain the pool because that's what has not happened. And for that, the feasibility study will probably help.
So there'll be a paper coming back to the February meeting at the end of this month asking for approval of extending that grant for 12 months and for approval for the annual plan consultation approach.
So to that.
No, we're not consulting.
But we're not asking the community if they want to continue to fund. And then
What we're doing, what I've heard from the council is we do a feasibility study.
It's about going out in the annual plan.
Yeah. So no. So we do a feasibility study and like it is described, we earmark some funding for that in the annual plan. We include the current funding in this annual plan, pending outcome of the feasibility. So we're basically you've asked us to do more work in the operation and study of this pool and what could work in the future and buy ourselves a year by funding it in the next annual plan. That's what you provide.
May I just ask a question, Jason? Can we please agree collectively on the contents and the key elements of the feasibility study? Because we don't want to get to the end of it and say, oh, we don't have that information or something like that. So it's clear for the likes of Brett.
Yeah. So we could bring that to you as part of that approval report.
And in that, I'd like to include marketing opportunities. Marketing their sponsors.
There's a lot because none's been done.
Okay, that's wrapped up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
I appreciate that. Good discussion. Thank you for your presentation. Good. Okay, the next on our item is
hungry.
Are you hungry? Well, what's the time?
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
Would you like to break for lunch?
Yeah.
Let's get this done. Tracy's ready to go.
Oh, indeed.
The last item.
I'm talking about her speed, you know?
Yeah, I'm right.
Just
Yeah, I'm all good with that.
Number?
don't read anything into my words. Come on.
All good.
Thank you.
It's not the first time I've been called. Okay, so you'll recall last year we brought you the annual plan overview and timelines. And because there are a number of separate processes going on that impact the annual plan for 2025-26, like local orders done well and the review of the revenue and financing policy, the numbers are delayed until there is a more clear picture on these. Sue will go through these in the next agenda report, but what it means for us is that our timeline's a little bit adjusted. So I'm just giving you a quick update on the timeline. That's what I mean. I've forgotten which button I pushed. Right. Oh, I'll use the mouse. There we go. Oh, sorry. So you might recall you get an option of you have to make a decision on whether you'll just inform your annual plan or whether you'll consult on it. You'll get that on the 5th of March. It's unlikely you'll be able to just inform because some of the things that you have to, some of the points you're raising in your new annual plan, which we'll go through with Sue, probably have to be consulted under the legislation. However, you do make a decision on it. So the picture up here is if you were able to inform, which you're unlikely to go down that route, but if you were, not much changes on this picture from last time, but we have got a council meeting at the 5th of March ahead of your council briefing, just for you to make your decision on whether you're informing or consulting and deciding on the finances that Sue's bringing you today. So that's the only change in this particular chart. That's the bottom one on the left, March, decision to consult. If you decide to just inform, then the timeline just runs through and the community gets to just understand what you're changing in your annual plan. Due to these delays, you'll see additions or briefings if you now have to consult. So this is the one that's changed the most. Probably delays things by about a month. Normally you're at this stage that you're at now around about December. So it's sort of bumped it about a month. Moves your consultation into April, May. To make your life easier, I've piggybacked on all your council briefings and council meetings so that you might end up, you'll still be sitting the same day, but where you've got a briefing, you might have an extra meeting to get a decision through for this, or vice versa, just to discuss what are the contents of the change. The crunch time is March, April to get the consultation document through and the source documents if there's any backup from their finances. So this is run like the LTP process, if you remember that. Once you've adopted these two items, we have a month's consultation. To make it easier on our community, we aim to align the local orders done well with the annual plan, so they don't have so many things going on at once, because they've also got the district plan coming alongside that. So we're trying to make it a little bit streamlined for them. There's a lot for them to respond to. As we work through this, the important thing is that we still adopt the annual plan at your last meeting in June, ready for us to have the work plans for the 1st of July of the next financial year. Are there any questions on that? Straightforward.
Yeah. No questions? Okay.
So I'll just wrap it up. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, this one. So the key point with this one, it looks like we'll be consulting, of course. So therefore it's a constricted timeframe. We haven't got a lot of room to move. So we will be progressing with that schedule as outlined, just so you're clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for racing us through that, Tracy. We'll break for lunch till 1:30.
Or I never asked questions such passionate about.
Okay, welcome back to this council briefing, 3rd of February 2025. So we're at post lunch now, and we have our next item 5 on our agenda, annual plan 225-226, second financial briefing. This will be brought to us by Sue Davidson. Thank you, Sue.
Yeah. Wait, just that. Okay. Right. Thank you. Okay, I think they've put 2 hours for this, but look, I'll be whizzing you through in one because I know you're pretty smart and we need to catch up time. And if I leave it 2 hours, you won't be with me. So I'm going to go through my paper, my report, and you just go through it because it snips you through the whole process we put through. So there's no surprises that we start with an 8.9%. And just to reinforce, this will be the case next year as well, because last year when we smoothed the rates, we smoothed them to 8.9% for the 3 years. So we've started with that, and then and just to go back to last year, I put in the drivers of the costs for you, and they were in attachment B, and they were what we provided for last year when we added all the extra costs. And I know Councillor Rachel has sent me through some questions, and I think they related to consultants for the solid waste.
Yeah,
and one of that's a new contract. You'll may not remember, but we've been basically turning that contract for our solid waste, which is refuse and recycling, for I think probably the last 10 years, while we decided we were going to have bins or bags. And this council has finally decided, no, we have to stay with the bins. So this year, our bags, so last year. Then,
be careful, Sue.
We'll need to do a new contract, and Nick will be in charge of that. That'll be one of his first jobs looking at that. And it won't come out of the waste levy because it's for refuse and it's a normal operations expenditure. Consenting, and what did we have? District landfill, we had consultants down there. I think that's to do with monitoring some of the landfills that we have and taking measures and then writing reports about what do we have to do over the next 50 years to keep everything quiet under the landfill.
Now we're on the attachment B, I just had another query there on the district cemetery 60K consultant to design and implement district cemeteries.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I think.
Let's begin on that cemeteries online. At the moment, we've got like big pieces of cardboard with notes and stuff like that. So we try to digitalize all of ours.
Cool, thank you.
I think we're one of the last local authorities in the country to be digitalised in the cemetery space.
Okay, so I think that.
Somebody's got very cool by hand.
Yeah.
That was all the questions you had on being drivers. But that attachment B, so that just is to remind you how much extra we put in last year to parks. It was $1 million. How much, and then all the other items that we put in, you can see there. So there was, and solid waste, there was a lot too. So, and then obviously there was extra money that we put into the roading, which was a key one as well. So I've just put that in there just to remind you. So then actually talking about this year and some of the issues that we have to consider. And the first thing is water charges. And you recall a couple of years ago, it was 2023, I think, we reduced the fixed charge down to $205. And then we had water, but what happened was the variable cost went up. So when I looked at the figures for this year, they looked around the same. So I'm saying keep everything the same. And I think Councillor Howard said maybe we should put it up by inflation. In actual fact, over the last week, when I was writing this report, we got extra, we got notification from the Commerce Commission. They were going to charge us an extra $34,000 for their share for looking after water for us. And then we had Taumata ROI looking to charge us another 100 and whatever, 108,000, I think it was. So they're all new costs, but I'm thinking it's hard enough for people out there. We're about the right balance, so let's just keep it the same. If you're happy, then we'll do that.
Well, if I may, just take that. Here is a scenario that, you know, it may not be a lot of money, but as you've just said now, and the new information, we're going backwards because we're getting all these additional costs. So, I mean, yes, everybody is struggling, but why should we carry the can? You know, why can't we do CPI on something like that?
It would be an extra, I calculated it would be an extra $84,000, and I think the usage would be over 800 litres. So I can work out what the increase would be and add that to if that's what you're happy with, so that we've at least account for the more recent increases that we've got.
Well, I mean, I think that by not doing it, and it may not be enough to carry it all, but all we're doing is we are locking in another reason for a rate increase. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Well, these are rates, but they're specifically put aside as separate type. It's a water meter rate. So I can look at the, what I found was most of the costs were the same, and then suddenly these last two costs have come in. So I can put those into the mixture. So no.
I'd be happy to hear what everybody else, you know, I mean, I can back off if necessary, but I just think it's a matter of principle. If the user pays.
Councillor Lambert?
If I may ask, with the change of the way water was built out and everything else, there was a massive backlog of people not paying their rates, and it was almost counterintuitive because we had this massive debt still owing. Has that settled down, or is it catching up, or is it still a massive problem for you?
No, it's not a massive problem because most people who are on water have a mortgage, and you just ask the bank for the money if there's any. So once a year, it was December, just before Christmas, it's the time that we do it because it's got to be after July, but before Christmas.
There was more of an acceptance that this is now the status quo and this is what we've got to do, whereas do you feel it was a bit of resistance before because it was a massive change?
I think so. But I think you've helped some, obviously councils helped a lot of those people who were in flats and getting charged the one-off cost for the 1 cubic metre of water up front at the beginning of the year.
And the people starting to appreciate that or the value of water now, and do you think, or?
Oh, well, I don't think anyone appreciates $5.15 per cubic litre for water. I mean, it's expensive when you start.
Yeah.
But it's a cost to us. We're a community. But it's affordable. I'll put costs on top.
So no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just page 2. Page 2, a fixed cost 1 cubic. Underneath, you have a key assumption. There has been no provision made for reduction in water income. But is this item now public, or is it still private excluded?
No, so the Tokoro Trust
Water
is still a public exclusion, but it's.
Why is here then?
But it is common knowledge that they will be seeking commercial customers, and some of them might be ours.
Well, anyway, I thought it's not proper, but anyway, should not be there. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So I'll go on to the next one, the museum target rate. So we had a briefing on this, and from the briefing, I deduced that you wanted 5 options to go out, and I put those on this page 3. You'll also see that the Kauri Museum has come back with some that they've said they are actually trying to actively reducing with their auditors some of their costs, and so they expect their costs to reduce a further $90,000 a year, which is good because I estimated they're probably running at losses of $300,000. So, so the only thing I'm doing here is just telling you this is what from the briefing is what I deduced. We'll put out these options and let the people choose whether they're prepared to pay for the museums in their district or not? That's okay. No further comment on that?
No, I mean,
We'll have to ask.
I don't think that there's any way by all the things that have been put forward that we can't not do some support. Yes, by the way. As you've said, Sue, in here, yes, they're reducing their money, but they're still going to be in a bad way. Kauri Museum and probably Mangawhai also, on the basis of where they're at and what business. So, hey, look, it's, dare I say it, it's a bit like the library debate, you know, you want it, but how much do you want it? And on what extent? So for my way of thinking is that I don't think we can, I'd love to say, well, no, damn it, they've got to find a way to survive by themselves. But reality is that it's not going to happen. So I tend to prefer the fourth option, specified amounts.
So you can tick the box when we put it out for consultation. So as we're already got, this is what I'm saying, we put the 5 options out to people to ask what they want.
The chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, in terms of options and all, I have objection to a few things. One, why we are even supporting these 3 museums. You mentioned they are frugal. They are not frugal. They're spending Kauri Museum is spending 1 million a year, and we don't have details. I'd like to have details of how much they pay themselves, director and chair, a breakup of what is their FTE of 11. So they are certainly not frugal. And I am not in support of any funding for these 3 museums because you can expand it to any level.
You're happy to see them go under?
Yes, because if they can't afford it, they close it, go under. Because Dargaville, as I mentioned, we had a long conversation before, museum doesn't need any funding. We are just having the supposition that all 3 museums, Mangawhai Museum always need funding, right, from the day one. And there is a limit how much you can put money through the throat of these museums, which is ratepayers' money, to support them. So I would not support it.
Through the chair, that's what we're doing. We're going to ask ratepayers. We've had the briefing.
Going out to consult with us.
Okay.
We'll ask our ratepayers. Mark, you're up there, waiting.
Okay, the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mark Vincent.
Yep. Firstly, I am pleased to see that amongst the options being considered, that we have the no funding for museums. Just as a matter of principle, that's the do nothing option that perhaps could be presented more often. I am not happy with any of the options there. Actually, I thought that this thing kicked off with a request from the 3 museums for a contribution from council to be a targeted rate, and that the proceeds of that would be distributed equally between the 3 museums. And I thought we had written off the option of writing off the Mangawhai Museum loan. And because I would have thought, well, if we're going to have a targeted rate, well, then that gives them the opportunity over time, and I don't care if it's 10 years, because it's we've already written off the interest, I gather, to pay off that loan, as well as have some other dollars to help keep the lights on. So yeah, I'm quite exercised by that option keeps coming back when I thought that we had discounted it. The other aspect is it's the amount per ratepayer. It might be more palatable to have the $14 per ratepayer, but excluding the $100,000 write-off for the Mangawhai Museum. I mean, the Mangawhai Museum has had over its life and gestation period over $400,000 in grants from the council, and that would be another 25% on top of that. So I'm not happy about letting that go. So I think that perhaps that could be considered as a separate item rather than rolled into one of these options. Because if it was the first option without the $100,000 write-off, I would be happy with the first option to be considered. So yeah, so I'm just making my thoughts known on things as they stand, and hopefully the question of, well, could I have clarification, please, Sue?
Yes, okay. So
Did we not consider and discount the idea of writing off the $100,000?
yes, we had a discussion on it, and what I said to you was, if you were only going to give the Mangawhai Museum equal share of 185,000, they would, when we'd gone out the year before, and they were going to get $20 per ratepayer, which equated to about $110,000 a year, then they could afford to pay back. But if they're going to share for 185,000, that's all getting equal share. They're only getting about well, a third of that, 60-something thousand. Then they would be back within you know, a couple of months to say that isn't enough. We need our loan repaid. So we've already been out. We've had the community say they support the Mangawhai Museum. We don't want to leave them short this time. So that's why that was the response I gave you. If the council wants to change the preferred option, now's the time to say. But that's why it was put in there, because of the fact that the Mangawhai Museum is not going to get enough to survive on.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, well, and to what extent is that our problem? I'm just thinking that through.
Oh, that's okay. If you all decide that, I'll just cross it off. It's your decision, or for the preferred option. So if there's anyone else who's got anything that they want to add on that one.
So that top one is the preferred one.
I have to say, I was under the understanding that that the Mangawhai Museum had never really had grants or significant grants, and that in fact, in the day, that the way of funding them was by advancing these two loans of $50,000. And that's what I understood was the extent of funding from the council. What I would like to bring to this discussion, and I may ask Sue and the CEO, is that what do they know of around the country about council funding or contributions, ongoing contributions to museums, their local museums? This is a normal process, I believe.
Yes, to answer, do council support museums? More would than not, in some way, whether it's a contribution. A lot of them take over the whole of the funding and run it. And so that's what happens at New Plymouth, where I was last, and Stratford had an art gallery that looked after.
So, I mean, where do you stop, you know, or where do you start on this contribution or this support? Frankly, I would put for and would equalise things for the Mangawhai Museum. I would be in favour of getting rid of the loans that are there, because whether it's a difference between 60,000 and 100,000 is not going to mean that they're going to necessarily be paid off, you know, at all. So, and maybe they get a lesser amount, a lesser amount of targeted rate. But the community wanted these, the community built these, right? So they are doing their bit. The people who are running these things to, presumably, because we don't have all the figures, run them as efficiently as they can. And the words running on the smell of an oily rag has been attributed to certainly the Kauri Museum and Mangawhai Museum. And you know, Dargaville's doing well by the sound of things, of their own volition and initiatives. So I don't believe that on behalf of ratepayers, we can just say, no, let them swim, sink or swim. And I don't think that'd be an outcome that the community would want.
Hey, Mark, you got your hand up again?
So I'd just like to clarify a couple of things, and there was one other point I forgot to mention in response to what Ash said regarding the Kauri Museum. Speaking as a former chairman of the board of the Kauri Museum, we got paid absolutely nothing, okay? And it's all volunteer input as far as that goes.
The director gets paid or not?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, but I just checked back because I made inquiries through council staff as to the level of grants provided by the council. I just need to clarify. As the Mangawhai Museum, it only got about 71,000, but as the Mangawhai Historical Society, which was the organisation which actually built the museum, they got another 316. Okay, so that's if I take the advice from staff, that's the facts of the situation. So I just wanted to clarify that for Mike's benefit.
Well, yeah, but can I ask a question to that? The Mangawhai Historic, not the Historic Museum, the Historic Village.
Cultural Society, whatever, yeah.
Is a totally different group, and there was a lot of development work that they did in the park for the Historical Village Society. So how is it? How can you say that 316 specifically went to the Mangawhai Museum?
Because I think you'll find that's what it was for. I think this because the historical, like that historic village, I think has been around only in the last 10 years or so. And these
they've developed concurrently.
Yeah. But if you want to argue the toss, I can go back and get a more detailed breakdown. But
well, I'm sorry, I don't believe it's correct to say that because it's a historical village society, it is automatically for the museum.
Okay, well, we can clarify that.
The Mangawhai Historical Society, not the Mangawhai Village.
Also the Mangawhai Down.
They're the options I'm putting out, and
okay. So then, if it means that at $14 per ratepayer, it's not enough, well then there's the other option of $20 per ratepayer, isn't there?
There is, and obviously when you get down to the figures that I'm talking about with the increase that is already today, that would increase it more. But that is, yeah, and that's what in the very beginning, the Mangawhai Museum asked for is $20 a ratepayer.
Right.
But it would end up costing us another, we'd have to put more in the budget. And it's how much discretion and how does council feel about that? So we could put it out to the community. They've got enough choices there and come back to us.
Yeah, and it may be that with the Dargaville Museum, I haven't spoken to them about it, but it could be that they might need to invest some money in an asset management plan for them to make sure that what they've got stays in good form, and also that they are able to refresh their collection rather than just leaving it as a snapshot frozen in time.
Definitely, because if these museums just put the money in the bank, I'll be taking it back in 3 years' time.
Sure.
When I report to council on how they're using it. So we want them to use it for the benefit of the museum. Yeah.
Yep. Let's move on.
Okay. Appreciation. So I put there what the council's policy is. This policy is to ensure we can renew our assets and we have reasonable amounts in our depreciation reserves. However, when we look at the revaluation that occurred this year, it's meant that there's actually a huge impact on our rates. So council, so what I'm saying to council is that you can see on page 4, the issue for us is that we have to pay for the 3 waters that have been revalued, that we have to look at another 539,000 each year for additional depreciation. So, which is a 1% itself. So I'm giving you a tool, I'll call it that, and saying that we could look to put it out to the community, and we would have to put it out to the community if we didn't want to do that, because then we wouldn't be in line with our policy. But we could have some rationale in that there is sufficient, like we don't have negative balances. We have reasonably healthy balances. We are renewing more than our depreciation. So maybe that's something you might want to do. And I'd need you to, when we look at the figures, to tell me, is that in or out? And
yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just a quick question. Page 4 we jumped to, but we have seen a lot of projects being funded by depreciation reserves. You mentioned it as a. The question I have is it a endless hole, depreciation reserves, or is there a way we can find out how much depreciation reserves we have and how much we can allocate and to what end? Because I find most of projects at will so much million will be funded by depreciation reserves, so much by date. How we as a governance people, I mean, for me, these figures are being picked up from the air, unless they are earmarked that this depreciation reserves can be used for this project.
So I'll just, page 4, if we look at, we'll look at wastewater. The additional depreciation there is 473,000 per year. You can see the balance of the depreciation reserve is 3.6 million.
Yeah.
We are taking from it this year 1.3 million, but we are actually putting in 2 million and charging ratepayers 2 million in funding. So our renewals are generally less than what we're funding, apart from stormwater.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is there's the balances there in front of you, that they are reasonably healthy. $9 million is the balance for those 3 waters. And we're only taking out 3.6 million, we're funding 3.8. So we're reasonably healthy. It's going to stay the same. So we're not being, the 3 waters aren't being depleted, but if it is a decision you make, if you're not adhering to our depreciation policy.
Yeah.
So we can make that decision when we get to the maths.
Yeah. And just on the same line, these items you mentioned, which we are committed, the MCWWC order, 200,000. I mean, things like that which can be managed, can be taken out. And same with, as Councillor Mark pointed out, the Mangawhai Museum, 100,000. All these items are not done in concrete, right? Because they all add up to many millions.
They are in concrete if we're going out with that's the preference. So you've jumped forward, Councillor Ash. So is there any other questions on the depreciation? Otherwise, we'll get on to things that are actually impacting our annual plan that aren't specific matters.
My question was initially, and still is, this depreciation reserve, you mentioned 3.8 million you have at the moment. That's all you have?
9 million for 3 waters.
Yeah, but
in front of you, page 4, if you look at that, it says depreciation and it gives you the balance. And I've put there what and sorry, it wasn't clear enough there, but it shows you the balances of the 2024 depreciation reserves. And you can see in wastewater, for example, there was 3.6.
Yeah, so
that's what I was.
Sorry, so I'm repeating myself. My question is more to do with, if we look at the list of capital projects and all funded by a depreciation reserve, so many of them, I need to know how much money we have, not 3.8 million in total, because you don't say this is for water depreciation reserve 3.8, this is for this. All you say, this item will be funded by so much for reserve. Yeah.
Water and wastewater are targeted rates, so the water and wastewater come out of those reserves. Yeah, so that's right. So there might be somewhere it says depreciation reserves and their buildings, they won't be coming out of this. They'll be coming out of another reserve.
That's what I need to know. You mentioned, I'm not going further, but district leadership, depreciation reserve, 165K. Where are these figures coming from? Pahi wastewater, 150K, depreciation reserve. I need to know, is it a black hole or how much is the figure in it?
There is figures there, and you can rely, if I put that it can come from those, that there still is some money in the, which is obviously what we're funding, why we've got so many term deposits, because we've got money coming in for depreciation, to fund depreciation that we may not be spending, to fund financial contributions, balances of financial.
I would like an email later on.
Excuse me, sorry, yes, I mean, this information is in the annual report, in the LTP.
Yes, it is in the annual report.
I'm trying to say, Jason and everyone, is we have a list of projects, like 30 projects, right? Amounts are there, under 50K, 1 million, whatever. And then the funding, we have sources of funding. We have debt, which we choose at will. We have term deposit, which we know exactly how they are. Depreciation reserves, I have no idea how much money we have in depreciation reserves that we are choosing at will. 504K, Dargaville town clearance. Depreciation reserves, wherever. What is the total figure of depreciation reserve that you can put to so many projects?
It's in the table. The total balance for 2024 is $9,190,000.
So can we add it up somewhere that we have this money or not?
Yeah, I think I can add it in there because this is about Three Waters depreciation reserves, is the district leadership reserves, and there's about 3 million, I think.
So we need to know if you can have a list of total.
The thing is, you can rest assured, if I put money in that's coming from those reserves, depreciation reserves, there is some money there. Otherwise, I would tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, we fund it a different way. Okay. So we can come back to the depreciation when we get to the schedule. So the next thing is items that, so what I've done is looked at how are we going this year and putting my finger up in the air and doing a big guess. And I don't like doing that, but you know, people out there are really hurting trying to pay the rates. And you wouldn't normally be estimating how you can use your current year's surplus that you think you're going to have. But we do know that at the end of December, and I know you haven't seen those figures, but yet, because we haven't had a council meeting to look at figures, but I know that at the end of December, it was about 600. The key items that were general rates funded or surpluses was about 600. And looking to the end of the year, I'm still thinking that we're going to have a lot of interest, still getting a lot more interest received than we ever estimated. And that employee costs were still 11 people down in our numbers, and obviously trying to recruit them in the new year. So what I've said is, I think based on this, I'm making a key assumption that there's likely to be about 1.1 million of general rates that we can use for some of these items that council has already committed to and said fund out of this year, rather than actually adding them onto the rate cost for this year. I'm saying, okay, we seem to be doing reasonably well. So the items I've put down there is the Ops Raupo funding. That was the extra that was agreed already to be taken out of this year's annual plan. Capital contribution civil defence, council agreed that. The ODA, council did agree to that. And but the good news is, in actual fact, Brown Road is looking really good. I think we put extra drainage in there at the beginning of December, and people haven't been complaining about the odour. So we may not need that, but that's subsequent to, but we did put an allowance in there. Drums at Tangatororia there to be removed. Writing off the Mangawhai loan, that has to come out of debtors, and we have to fund it somehow, and that it gets funded through. I'm saying that if we're going to make a surplus this year, this is how we should be funding everything. And then I'm saying there's a master plan there for Alamar Crescent Mangawhai, or for looking at areas in Mangawhai and putting 100,000. That was a council request, not so much the 100,000, but definitely to have the master plan. So I'm just, yeah, that's me plucking a figure out of the air, and so you might have some comments on that. I put in a figure of 50,000 that I think it'll cost to move the reception desk upstairs, do some changes downstairs, and that's because we have got existing room upstairs. And also we've had some quite aggressive customers in the Dargaville office that we've had health and safety issues with.
Can I bring up the likely cost of the removal of the drums from Tangataroria? NRC is taking no active part in that cost.
I don't think so. I think Hayley was involved.
Abatement notice on that property in, I think, 2019. And that abatement notice just asks for the contents of the drums to be recanted into safer drums that don't leak and aren't subject to deterioration. That's the extent of the abatement notice. Our abatement notice goes a little bit further to say that we need them removed, and so NRC have not agreed to contribute any funds.
We have formally written to the NRC and WorkSafe as well. So I've formally written requesting a bit more, how do you say this, agreement on costs and contribution and help. I've not received a response yet from you. So we are trying.
I mean, we keep getting this grey area between what NRC wants to do in terms of what we think their responsibilities are and what they actually do, e.g. clearing channels in the harbour, which they seem to be walking away from when they can, but also aren't they specifically responsible for discharges of soil and water?
It's the point of difference is the location to the waterways. That's the problem. And so my understanding is the gentleman has tried to be constructive and moved the drums away from the waterways. Sort of negates the need there. We're working through that though.
Really close. And the other item I've got in there, and I see that Mark had raised his hand, I don't know who maybe he's put it down, but is demolishing the pensioner housing for 300, because that has come up before. What are we doing? Well, once the pensioners are moved into their new houses, then we will demolish the pensioner housing there. So we've got to, we have to do that. Okay, so that gives me a total of expenditure over a lot more over what I think we're actually going to have surplus this year. But and I'll put whatever the balance is, which I have said on page 5 is going to be 420. But I think we might be lucky and might take out the 200 for the odour. Because we look like we've got a solution there. And we might have 220 rather than the 420 going up here now. So that's, as I say, that's not the normal practice. Normally we end, and so I'm counting my chickens, but I'm trying to help. I think it's a good way. We're pretty assured that we will have a surplus, and because we haven't been spending as we thought, and just trying to help the number at the end. In addition, I've also given you a note about the Hokianga Road staff offices, because you asked about that. And I'm saying, well, we won't propose not to demolish it this year. Have a look at it next year, but it could be put off for a couple of years. And we're currently receiving some rent there, and we'll look at doing some basic maintenance.
Okay, thank you. This question is coming from Councillor Vincent and then Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. Yes, my question was relating to that last item on the list. I would have thought that demolishing the existing pensioner housing would have been regarded as part of the same project for the new housing going in.
So it wasn't, that's been made clear all along, in my understanding. Yes, yes, it has. It was an extra cost because you have to put the houses in first and then look at demolishing the housing. But it wasn't part of the original costs.
So is that something then, if they're going to, I guess it's not a good look to have them sitting there derelict or vacant. But is that something that has to happen if we're looking for ways of reducing costs? Does it have to happen in this next financial year?
It could be taken out. We could just close them up and forget about them, and but make sure we do it the following year. It's not a good look to have vacant buildings, indoors and stuff.
Okay, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just on a clarification, the Ops Raupo funding council committed to, is that the house? Is that to do?
It's the stock banks.
Oh, it is stock banks.
The extra cost of the stock bank.
All right. And I have another question on the demolished pensioner housing, but I'm sort of feeling that that's PECs.
There's a PEX item, and you can talk about this then in the PEX item, but
Yeah, wait for the big side if we.
but I have got 340,000 in the figures at the moment, so I need some direction today in whatever discussion, whether that's in or out. Okay, so that's what I've done. Creative accounting, I'm taking money from this year and using it for some of the costs, which normally you wouldn't want to do, but that's, I think we still, I'm assured that we are going to make a surplus.
So on based on what you're saying, just for clarity for everybody, you currently, the balance of 420,000 additional costs we've got to fund, nearly 1%, but you're saying that that could come down by, well, possibly 300,000.
No, I said 200.
I know
the ODA. Because I do know the solution we have had at the Brown Road Farm has worked really well.
Sorry, same thing again, it's a tax item, but it's here. You're taking out 3.4 million for Koppulu Stock Bank.
Yes, can we,
Have we decided that it's gonna go like that? Haven't signed any.
We'll get on to well, we're not quite there at the capital. Can we get to the capital and discuss?
$0.4 million.
I'll wait till we get there.
Which we can,
Sorry?
wait till we're there in the report.
Yeah.
Just let's continue on.
Okay, so now I'm on to page 5 on the further costs that we have to add to the annual plan on top of our 8.9%. So first of all, there's good news. There's a whole lot of savings there that ET had and staff had identified. We had too many consultants for IT, and we also had some one-off costs for parks in both Mangawhai and Dargaville. I think it was for the arborists that we can take out. We are reducing our commitment to just making an estimate there of 45,000 to iwi. Adding in, we felt we could start charging real estate agents for the property data they ask us for, and we felt that would bring in some income. And also insurance, we found when we put in 150 last year, but we overestimated, so we'd like to take out the 60, which is good news. It's much cheaper than what we thought, even though they did tell us it was going to be horrific. So then we're adding in the museum target rate, of which I've allowed 185,000. I've told you that the operations for roading, the last recommendation that council made, there was no change to cost. It was just a different spread in funding. Additional animal control staff. So we're putting in, you've heard the animal control manager, he's talked to you about the 25% increase in dogs out there and what he needs. And so I put provision in there for another animal control person.
So, sorry, through the chair, this museum targeted rate, we haven't decided on. So why is there?
Because I have to put something in to come up with a cost. And I highlighted you council's preferred option, and that was 185. So, but it could come and be 267 or be nothing.
Well, you are getting into the governance level. I mean, I
targets that we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, I mean, this is what the, this will decide the rate we're gonna charge. Annual plan will decide how much.
This just gives to give you an indication of the rate. Whether you understand where we're at.
If we do that.
Yes, but we go out as a draft and then we'll get consultation. People will come and tell us what they want and we'll change it for the final.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're on to ops land drainage, 25,000. Oh, that must be the difference that the farmers wanted in their land drainage plan. So they are individual targeted rates, just so you know. Operations, regional trails. I think that's NRC wants some more money for regional trails.
Oh, hold on. Are we giving them any more?
No, it's not the NRC. It's the So Amanda Bennett is the one that presented to you about the regional trails work.
Yep.
So they're funded both in Far North and Whangarei District Council. We're the only council that hasn't funded it. And we would like to try and help that regional trails to connect up the whole network through Northland and attract external funding for that.
Okay,
So
all right.
that's what it does. And this helps fund that position.
The only one that hasn't funded it, but the ones that receive most benefit if it goes through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next thing is new levy Taumata ROI, that's 107,000 that we've been told that we have to pay, along with another 34,000 to the Commerce Commission about regulating water. And then we've got sea cleaners, and that was probably
They've presented to council previously as well, and that's about cleaning up the waterways and the harbours. So they've presented twice to council now, one as part of the LTP and subsequent to that. That will funded by the waste levy.
yeah, so that's not funded by rates, but it's funded by the waste levy.
If I may, Mr. Can I just not clarify that? Surely that, again, is an NRC role.
NRC do fund them. I'm pretty sure they fund them a heck of a lot more than, well, we don't fund them at all at the moment.
Well,
So
should we? You know, I mean, is it not?
It's a moot point because it's funded by the waste levy anyway, isn't it? Yeah. External funding.
Well, yes, but we're still using up some of our funds. So all I'm saying is that if it is an NRC function, you know, we get that's from them.
it's the decision for you to make, whether or not you'd like to fund them or not. Waste levy.
Tell me, in or out?
Oh, I think that if it is NRC's role, that's for them.
Agreed.
Okay, I will take it out, and unless it's the staff will have to come back if there's any repercussions or any issues that we didn't understand. So I didn't,
Yeah, if there's something we don't know about, but I mean, you know, all of a sudden it's there, so we're asking.
okay, next productivity report, that was a council request. And then we've got depreciation policies I was talking about before, that's 539,000. That's to fund the depreciation cost on 3 waters. There's also operations, local water done well, but that's funded by a grant, but we'll provide for 50,000 and provide for the funding from the grant. And then elected representatives remuneration increase. We've been just recently advised by the Remuneration Authority. And then on the next page, I had the balance of the one-off costs, which could be actually be 220,000. And that basically means that your overall costs are about $1,200, maybe down to 1,000, but I put there that estimated increase is going to be 11.1% on rates.
Just a quick question, if I could, Sue, do you mind? So I'm really mindful we've had a tornado recently. We're going to have to incur some costs as a result of that. We are trying to get central government funding, obviously, and there's some good commentary about that when the minister came out last Friday. Would those costs come out of this financial year and then therefore affect any plan for the next financial year? So we know what they are.
We'll have to, because the figures I haven't taken into account. So if it's $500,000, that's another $500,000 that we have to look at.
I suppose the point is we don't know the amount at the moment. We don't know what funding we're going to get from central government. We don't know what our contribution locally will be. However, whatever that amount will be, we'll work through over the next couple of weeks, hopefully. And we'll need to take that into account as well when it comes to the rate. Sorry, Sue.
That's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can I just ask?
Yep.
Going back to seeing the sore toe that stands out is the depreciation. Now, putting all that in context, and also seeing your table of, you know, that it's basically self-funding at the moment, right? We've got as less.
Oh, the depreciation you're talking about, yeah.
I just wonder, it's an experience, but you know, it's not that long ago we didn't do any depreciation. So I'm just wondering whether for that flood protection, stormwater, wastewater and water supply, things happen over a good number of years. whether what we should do now is with that is say, to save some money, 50% for that, but increase it by 5% on an annual basis until we get to 100%. Give us a bit of time. Might save us $200,000.
Well, I don't want to make it too complex, otherwise I'll be employing another accountant.
Yeah, until it gets to election year next time.
It would seem, much and all, as I agree with, you know, self-depreciating, with the status of the pool, I just wonder whether that's an opportunity, but with a long-term commitment.
I think you're probably better to make your long-term commitment at the time of the next long-term plan, and we look at it then. So that for the next 2 years, if you're going to take out the 539 and not account for it, just not account for it. Then account for it after that date is.
Well, you know, you got more coming in than's going out at the moment. So on the basis of that, you know, you would fund that, you would cover that 539 in 2 years at the moment, give or take.
539 would come out each year for the next 2 years. That would be the proposal. And then for the LTP, we'd look at going back to our funding. And obviously the amounts would change because the assets would be revalued again. And then every time your assets get revalued, your depreciation changes. So that would, then you'd fund the new depreciation rate. So if that...
There's a risk, but, you know, at least we're positively covered at the moment.
So is that the mood of everyone or not? Because it is to renew assets, but we do seem to.
Chair, just on this depreciation part, I mean, that's my favorite subject anyway. The way you have put it, that figure decides the rate we charge, whether 9% or 11%. So if you depreciate figure of $1 million, 1% more increase, you put 500%, obviously 1% increase, right? So this figure, what's the basis of this figure? The depreciation policy increases as noted above. So that's what I was trying to say. Is it a bottomless hole? You can have 50 items and make it 3 million.
Oh, no, you could decide you wanted to change the policy quite a lot, but I wouldn't, well.
I'll never answer the question, please.
Yeah, you could change, you are correct. It's not just the 539,000 that we're depreciating. You could actually say, we don't want to depreciate anything. And for all of our other assets.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. This is a long rope given to us, the depreciation policy. There's got to be some basis though in depreciation. There should be some forms. I'm not in the audit and finance committee, but maybe the chair would have there told you what are the things you can actually go ahead in the policy and what you cannot. It's not at will we can choose a figure, right?
Yes, you can choose a figure, and that's what I'm saying to you. Because you're the council, and as long as it goes out for consultation. And if we get people out there saying, no, we want to pay more money, rate us for depreciation, then we will. Or some will say, come back and say, hey, you're doing the wrong thing. We need to renew. You need to put money in a bank account. So that's all I'm saying is you can promote the idea, but it still has to go to consultation. So,
okay, I've got a question up there from Councillor Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm not sure it's quite a question so much as a comment. I think this recent discussion is what led to the ill-fated Three Waters reforms, where when the going got tough, the council would be inclined, like this is nationwide, to kick the can down the road. Like if we don't fund depreciation sufficiently, then it's not financially sustainable.
Yep.
I think that we do need to look real hard before we actually move to reduce the amount of depreciation, unless we've got some good reason. And I think, Sue, you might have said in one of your reports about how, given, I suppose the question would be, how realistic is it that we are going to be part of a waters joint entity that would have ownership of those resources and therefore be responsible for depreciation, have that taken off the council's books?
Look, I think that's likely because that's what the government has said their intention is. But yeah, and they will have a totally different policy of how they recoup their costs. It might be totally different to what this council has said. So,
okay, so for our purposes, I wonder, would it be worth us having a chat with our auditors about how they would view that approach? Because, like, if it's, say, it's a probability and it's not going to give rise to legal challenge or tagging of our accounts for the 25-26 year, well, I'd be quite happy to take that approach of just give it a bit of a solid pruning.
So, sorry, so I just, Councillor Vincent, I don't think you can say it's a probability. There's still a lot of water to go under that bridge. Do you like that? As well, and that we've all agreed, the council's agreed the 3 options that need to go to. We need to agree a preferred option for this council, which may well be different from the preferred options of the other council, and you've got public consultation to go. So it's a possibility. I wouldn't say it's a probability, but at least it's on the table.
yeah, so I'm just trying to give you some tools that you can reduce the rates for this year because I know I've got a rates team who are telling me people are hurting out there. And you're correct. You are kicking the can down the road. But I'm saying it won't be our road, it'll be someone else's road.
If I may go back on that last thing also, is that I'm never an advocate for kicking the can down the road. And I wasn't actually suggesting dropping it to 539. What I was trying to do is get to a figure that we can live at that keeps the pot growing, but you grow it at from a lower base annual and an exponential amount each year. I'd be happy for that. If we were able to drop from 539, $250,000 out, put the balance in, and it keeps the fund growing. So that's what I prefer. But I think that, we could take out 0.5% and not materially affect us. We are still contributing, and that's what I'd prefer. That's where I started from.
And so I'll just let you know what happened. I mean, at the moment, we don't, you can see that I put the depreciation rates. We don't, we only rate our buildings, I think it's 50% and toilets 50%. So it's just what council decides and the community is happy with. For some other councils, they may not be rating all their water, and a lot of them aren't because they just can't afford it. So, so I just need some direction. Whatever your direction is, and I can write it up.
Well, I'm going to put forward and see if fellow members agree that we reduce that figure by 250,000, 0.5%.
50%.
Oh,
yeah,
0.5%.
Make it right. Yeah, reduce. Yeah, I agree.
We need to decrease it from somewhere.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah.
So there is.
Okay, that's 0.5%. Okay. So you might get just under 11. You'll get your half, or probably a whole percent, because we just talked about the 200,000. So you're getting about 0.5% down. Okay, that's fine. I can write that up. And then, so that's really how the rates will look. And then we did go back and have a look at our capital projects, and I got the team to look, and they felt that this year they were only going to be carrying forward $4.4 million of projects. So, and those are the ones that they think. So we'll see when we come to do the carry forwards in July. But they're pretty confident they can complete that. And then you'll see on the next page, they have actually taken it, the team this year has actually taken out some projects that basically were carryovers that they've realised they won't actually be able to complete anyway. So that's, which is good news, because we haven't done that.
Completed in other projects. We've done that work. It's got spent with a different budget.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kauri. So that's another taking out of 5.4 million. And yes, That's where the 3.4 million taking out for the Te Kauparu Stop Bank, because we've got $1 million in there, so. Adding in, I put in, brought forward the Pahi Playground, Mangawhai walkways, dog shelter. That's been a bit of a revelation for us, but what Sean, our animal control manager, has said is that more often we've only got 5 spaces for dogs, and normally we have far more, and he's having to take them to Whangarei, and also the fencing is not that good. People can come to the area to try and negotiate release of their dogs, and they can see the dog, and it's not a really good space for our staff to be in, where you've got someone who's not in the best of moods and wants their dog back, and they can see him right over the fence. So we need to, so we've said, let's try and expand and have better fencing, and that do that this year. Longer term, we may need better accommodation, but in the short term, try and fix what we've got and expand it so that we can cope with our dogs. So I put that in. Added in 50,000. I don't know how much it's going to cost, but we need to get cash out of Kaiwi. They still have quite a lot of cash coming just through the showers, and huge amounts, thousands. So we need to have some kind of staff card, some card that we give out to people, that they get so much. So the reason we have cash is we make people pay so that they understand they have to pay for the water, because we've got a shortage of water.
It's $2 a shower or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
The timer pops out once you use your water, and then you put more money in, will get dry.
Is this just something new that's happened, the meters, or has it been happening for years?
No, so we have, we've had the meters, but they've been cash meters for a long time. And we had an audit done of Kaiwi Lakes, and that was a big thing that was picked up, because there were some issues with it in the past, and those issues could still be there.
I camped at the Potu Marine Park camp this year, and they had the same thing, and I thought it was a great system. Before you had to go to get your $2 before it ran out, but it keeps people conscious of the water. It means they're not lounging under the shower and all that stuff. You know, it's great. I reckon it's a great system.
So you're wondering about water and power costs at the pool. It's found that kids go into the showers and they just continually in there for an hour, just pushing the button on the hot shower.
Right.
So maybe this could be one of the things. We know something works.
Okay. Move on. So the next thing is I've put in, and I might be a bit, you can tell me if you want to take that out, but I thought you've got a concept plan coming due to discuss in the next few weeks. And I thought we should put something in the budget for the car park, because that's one of the biggest issues. And if we don't put it in this year, then you'll have to wait another year for that to be funded. So you can, if you want to take that out, but I put it in there just because of the fact that we've got a concept plan and we want to be seen to doing something, and it's a major issue.
So that's funded by financial contributions?
Yes, it would be. No, it's not debt, it's financial contributions, and they're coming in all the time, and we've got sufficient. Okay?
Sorry, I had a question to the chair. So these pinkish items are the new items added, right?
Yes, the new items added.
So, I mean, obviously, some of the items you can take out easily, so that we don't have to go back and say, well, it's not 9%, it's 10 or 11%. It may be lower. So I don't know whether it was supposed to be this year, Mangawhai Wood Street, 5.6 million. Was it to be in this year? We have put it in this annual plan. I think it was in the year after, second year.
Okay, so you're talking about the complete list. So what I've done for you, on page 7 and page 8, I've detailed what we put in, what the extra things we've added in, and then what we've taken out. Then I tried to make it clear for you by giving a list of showing you now what does the list look like.
Page 7.
Yes, that's right. And you made that decision at council, so I wasn't going to change that.
This report, it's page 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Not that.
So you're looking at attachment C, I think it is. which gives you the whole list of capital projects.
Yeah, that's
Because there have been some changes. There's been some things that we've taken out and some things we've put in. And the things
that's
we've,
what I'm talking about.
yeah, so the shared path is what it was, what you agreed to.
You know, I was talking about Wood,
Wood Street, yep.
yeah,
Oh, sorry,
Wood
Wood Street.
revitalization, 6 million.
That's right.
But you have put it in this year.
That's right. This coming year is what it always was, and that's what the council agreed to.
It starts this year to align
Yeah.
with the.
Well, was the second year. What,
Second year
sorry?
the LTP. Okay, Mangawhai, you will see though that I have put in 3.5 million for the Mangawhai wastewater.
I asked.
And there was a question, I think, there on why has it increased? I talked to Babbage, who are running the project, and also the golf club, and they're keen to progress. We obviously have an issue. The treatment plant is one issue, but it's the disposal that's the one that's at hand, and we need 6 million to complete the Mangawhai golf course with the subsurface, and also the spray. I think that includes some of the spray. And also, if we're going to do that, we need to put in class A, ultra, yeah, with the disinfection. So that's an extra 9 million. So that's over 2 years. So I put some of it will be in 25, 26 now, and some, because it was more pushed out. A lot of the stuff I pushed.
So, if I may, Mr. Mayor, so is it correct that this is being brought forward because all of a sudden the encroachment of the closed down, abatement notices, etc. on Brown Road is getting closer, and we've got to get things moving. We've just got to get things moving. Otherwise,
correct.
We have nowhere to dispose of the wastewater.
That's
at the end of next year.
Yes. So I think I sent in a question prior. So what do we have collected for DCs for Mangawhai wastewater at the moment that's going towards this project?
Not enough, because we have a 26 million, I think, still in arrears. Because of the fact that we're still collecting money for the treatment plant, which another 2,500 people are going to join.
Yeah.
So normally what happens with the development contributions, they're all in the negative, because you normally build then you catch up, but you don't catch up till a long time, 25 years.
So that's that 3.5 million.
Yes, it will be debt. DC's debt, that's right.
Through the chair, this 9 million you have put forward for subsurface, whatever. Irrigation. And the pipeline is already going there, or that's on top of it?
The pipeline where?
Golf course.
Oh, yes, no, that's
100 metres.
Yeah, there's a pipeline and a storage tank, and that's 6 million. The 9 million is for the Class A. It's getting Class A.
And then when it's it goes to the golf course, into the subsurface drip and to the irrigation of the course. But we're going to get more on that at the end of the month, aren't we?
I don't know who's, I think that it will be part of the development contributions going forward, because a lot of it will be growth, and they will probably be next month that they're looking at that.
Just another question. So are we going to be either briefed, or it's going to come to a meeting for this?
My understanding is that you will have a something at the latest in March from Arnhem on the Mangawhai wastewater scheme with total, but also that will obviously flow into the development contributions, because any amount that you're going to see of the new amount will be based on new figures. Okay. So then on page 8, you can see I'm just saying, okay, there's the capital expenditure is now going to be about 57 million for next year in total. In the past, we've normally done about 40 million, so it's still a little bit of a stretch, but the team think they can do that. And what I'm saying to council is, based on what you've said, consultation would be needed on the following: museum target rate, change in depreciation policy, and we may actually need to have an LTP amendment, but it will be done at the same time for any change in the targeted rate and even the revenue and finance, because you're changing the revenue and financing policy. And as I say, we haven't done anything about Kauri Coast Swimming Pool. That's not even in here. And that's my report.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Need to think about there going forward. Okay.
Can I just ask, does Sue have everything that she feedback from us that she needs?
The changes I wrote down were to change depreciation, to change the odour, take that out. And I think, I don't think there was any other changes that you said today.
Okay, maybe you can give some feedback as well by email. Okay.
Because I have to finalise this on the, at the end of the month, on the 5th of March. So, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we talked about the timeframe around the consult this morning, this is where we are. When we need your feedback today, we are going to the extra council meeting on the 5th of March to consult, to agree to consult on the annual plan and the documentation around that. So this is the chance.
5th of March, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
And the ones, just the only changes that there's a
Nice calling you, Jason.
there's a possibility that the tornado costs have to be
Yeah.
okay.
Hi, Lana.
Thank you. That's the thing you're after here.
I'm sorry, Penny, all right, you got your hand up there?
Oh, no, that's fine. I just wanted, I know that we don't have much time because we're running behind schedule, but I really did want to just comment on the record about the extra 340,000 for demolition costs on the pensioner housing project. I've been very, very clear in publicly excluded sessions where this agenda item has been the topic that I'm fully in opposition to all of the costs to date for that. And I think it's quite, yeah, it's quite sneaky actually to put it into a separate item when it should be part of the project costs for the items that we've had in that project. I know that we've got it in the publicly excluded session next, and on the record, I told you so, more cost blowouts, when we simply could have raised those houses to the healthy home standard, and we've gone about a process that is just well and truly gobsmacking costs that we're looking at. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a 5-minute break now. So 2:50, we'll be back.
I didn't talk about
The last part of our day coming up before we have the public exchange workshop. This is item 6. Welcome Mike Webster and Catherine Overwater, and I will present this item in person. It's the review of dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings policy, 2025.
Thank you very much. So Michael Webster, and I'm a new policy analyst to Kaipara District. But the dangerous and affected and insanitary buildings policy is essentially council's means of working through how we manage dangerous buildings, buildings that are affected by dangerous buildings. That is, a building might collapse and affect a neighbouring building, or insanitary buildings, and that could be where you've got a fairly hideous discharge of wastewater affecting the sanitary nature of that building. We're required by statute under the Building Act to have this policy in place and to review it every 5 years. So it was reviewed last in 2021. So we need to have this review completed by February of next year. So it's not exactly screamingly urgent, but we do need to work through that process. What slide have I got up? That's great. So essentially the reasons why we've got it in place is to ensure that we're protecting the health and safety of the public, and to set out how council will deal with any of these classes of buildings where they are heritage buildings as well. The policy itself, we've had a high-level overview of its content. It doesn't look like this is going to be a particularly dramatic set of changes at this point, but there will be a findings report for you next month. So I've set out an intended timeline there for you, just to give you an idea what should be occurring when. The findings report, first quarter, stakeholder engagement, sometime around the second quarter, statement of proposal considered third quarter, and then the public consultation process late in the third quarter, adoption final quarter of 2025. So that might be an issue for the new council. On that note, I'm keen to hear if there are any thoughts. This is a piece of policy, any direction from the elected members before we dive into this process.
Any questions? Councillor Raya, followed by Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, just quickly, have you identified any building so far?
There have been 4 buildings that have had dangerous building notices served on them. Sorry, this is from the top of my head. And there were, of those, yeah, I think a total of 6 notices served in our district during the term of this policy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Is your policy on enforcement by complaint, or do you actively go out there looking? Or number 3, if one of your officers walk past and sees something, do they not see it if there's no complaint? Yeah, so it's a really good question. I had meant to mention that. It is essentially, we take a passive approach. It's written into the policy because we require a substantial level of resourcing to actively go out there and pursue whether or not these buildings exist in the city. So we rely on public referral or incidental discovery. That is, if an officer's out there and they find something, they've got the policy to turn to I would say every week 100 of your staff walk underneath 3 facades in Dargaville which are collapsing down onto the paving and nothing gets done about them. Is a blind eye just turned because nobody's complained about it? I would assume so. No?
Could certainly follow up if we know which building, Gordon.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you're smart enough you can see them.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For the presentation. We look forward to been completed. Okay, next on our item. Development Contributions Policy Review 224 Findings Report. Welcome, Virginia.
Hi. Exciting. We all love policies. Right, I'm going to be presenting, well, I'll take my report as being read. This is the first process in the official statutory review, policy review process as a financial report. We move from here into the options to address the issues that have been identified. I would like to remind the council that this policy hasn't been comprehensively reviewed since 2012, and that this is the first time it's been going underneath another comprehensive review. The financial report built on the high-level desktop analysis that was presented to you at the 6th of November council meeting briefing. This financial report was scheduled to come to you in December. However, after we looked at our timeline, we felt that there would be too much of a gap between the findings and dealing with the issues and options. So that's why we've brought this paper to this meeting. We have, you can see that in the covering report, it was found that the current form of our policy is not fit for purpose and requires a comprehensive review or complete document replacement. I said this in this report because after I've done the attract changes version of the current report, it's practically it would be a new policy anyway. It'd be constituted as a new policy. So that's why I felt comfortable placing that in this report. So today I'm just seeking feedback on the financial report and encourage discussion to ensure that the next phase, which is our options, which is me moving into our options report and making sure that I have addressed and identified all of the issues that I may have missed some issues in this financial report, and I'm just giving you the opportunity to raise those with me now so that I can start addressing them when I move into the options report. Thank you.
So,
Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Virginia. One of the points that I've raised multiple times before is the need for us to be able to allocate road and development contributions to the roads that are directly affected by development. And at the moment, we sort of have a list of projects that were dreamed up in the NTA days and everything gets thrown at, which means that we end up with roads that are actually neglected. Had examples like that. We've got legacy issues with places like Cairns and Devich and Settlement now that there's enormous amounts of development and not a cent allocated from that development towards them, probably largely because we didn't have a development contribution for road properly in place for very long, and also because it wasn't enough put in place. So I want to make sure that we end up with a policy that where we have development occur in a road, that collective development contribution properly allocated to a project. So the sequence would be a subdivision application is approved and council anticipates the development contribution being paid. When that development contribution is paid, council creates a project in its long-term plan to do work, and once it's accumulated sufficient development contributions to actually push ahead and do improvements, it then does that. Now, obviously, there are also impacts on arterial roads when side roads are subdivided off, and we need to accommodate that. And we might do that by setting a percentage as a hard to know, but I would need to know more about the impacts. If, for example, 50% of the development contributions collectively used for upgrading the road that the development is most impacting, or thereabouts. If it's not needed at all, that's fine, but most of them end up being these metal roads that council takes the money and then goes and spends it on the arterial road, and the metal road gets more and more traffic and gets more and more damage to it, and there's nothing to upgrade. And we've paid all this money, paying all these rates, nothing happening on our road. More and more people coming. So I want to avoid that happening in the future, like having that factored into the system.
Through the mayor, we've actually, so when we're getting into that level of detail, we've actually scheduled a workshop for councillors to really let's get stuck into this and help fast track this, but so that we stay within our timeframe. So we've got a workshop coming up, planned workshop. So that's when we can get into this nitty-gritty, look at the policy direction, start addressing some of those issues that I've raised, and sort of look through them and how we can work, how we can get this around. But also we have to make sure we stay within the boundaries of the statute. The statute's very clear about what it can contain and what it cannot contain. So we do have that plan prior to you deciding through the issues and options report what decision you want to make on this policy. Does that help?
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's my feedback.
Yes.
Where and when it goes into the process, it still stands.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. One of the things that, could you clarify for me, Virginia, is it that the development contribution notice is issued at the time of the relevant consent being granted, or some later time?
They do an assessment.
Yeah. So currently, in accordance to our policy, we do the assessment gets done at the time when the certificate, because so development contributions usually go with the building certificates, right? Building compliance.
Or a subdivision consent being granted potentially.
That's financial contributions. So
you
that
can
goes.
also get development
Oh,
contributions.
sorry. Yes, no, you're right. So yes, you are right. The 224, is it 224?
No. So the time when the consent is granted, there'll be an assessment done of DCs and FCs. So does that answer the question?
Well, that's the preliminary part, because
preliminary part, but it's obviously not paid until such time as they've gone through their process with 2 to 3 and 2 to 4, and then they've got 8 years to do that.
10 years, and meantime, the costs of, say, roading construction have doubled or more. Is there any way of sort of inflation adjusting to recognise that problem?
Should be.
There is a clause around the inflation. However, it has to be set on the day that the policy's in place. When you have that assessment done, will also set the inflation rate as well. If that makes sense. So
so you build in an assumed inflation rate of 4.5%.
You have ability to do that.
Okay, because that would be some help, wouldn't it? Oh, the other thing too, just to prove that I did actually read it. Okay, agenda page 406. I've got this the bits about where council must state the total proportions of total cost of capital expenditure funded by the following. That's the first line on the page, and go down to the second bullet point, and then there's a series of sub bullet points. Considerations that council took into account when determining how its funding decisions will impact the district community's current and future well-being, social, economic, environmental, and cultural. Now, the government has signalled that it's going to take those words out of the Local Government Act. So is it just a question of timing as to whether or not that would be in the policy?
I can't actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Councillor Fitton, I can't find where we are. I've got could you just repeat what page that was on again? Sorry.
So this is the full agenda, page 406.
PDF.
There isn't an individual page number for the report that I can see.
We mean the
page report, and it's page 15.
Got it? Well, like you need, well, all I can.
Timing. National legislation is amended. We just have to work within those parameters.
It's the timing of things. Okay, and finally, I had not a good night's sleep last night, but I know what to do tonight. I'll just read your report again. Thank you.
Wow.
He was coming.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, engineer. Listen, I know that the timeline that you have here, everything is tight. But you know, it does go right to the wire in terms of hopefully getting new policy approved. Are there any gaps that we could use to give us a bit of contingency and to bring it forward? Cool.
Probably, we've spoken to our managers, I've spoken to my managers, and because it's a section 82, we can shorten the consultation period. But that's really the only place that we can find any flexibility. And so we probably look at doing a 3-week consultation rather than a 4-week.
Yep.
Just give us a little bit of breathing room there. But we're on track. We're going good.
Make it happen.
Yes,
You
that's
know, and then, you know, these points that Councillor Larson raises are almost critical because big streets, big roads with a lot of population are not getting work done. You know, now we're having to chase additional money in budgets to get it done. We're being approached all the time, you know, groups, residents wanting to pay, you know, where there is no funding, no subsidy. So we know that there is some there and it's allocated. We will certainly be able to use it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nair, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. While one of the fellow councillors had suggested to have a look at our fellow councils' development, this policy, it will be good to have that DC contribution policy from WTC for us before that thing. And my question is more related to, you did mention that this policy is not underperforming. So can you tell in one area in which it will be the collection? So, I mean, would you have an idea of how much money is pending from people who have to pay the DCs? Mr. Morris, any idea on that?
Through the chair, we report on debt from development contributions at the audit and risk, and we'll make sure there's a special part on development
But
contributions.
you are offhand, you don't know, is it millions or is it 100?
Millions. No, generally, Selena doesn't change the title unless they're paid. There are some other ways that commercial people especially can basically incur development contributions without us having any real way of making sure that they pay. If it's on subdivision, that's relatively easy. Yeah.
At some point you can.
Discuss at the audit risk and finance.
Thank you. It'll be good if you can send an email later just to get an idea how much is it roughly. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Williams.
Just sent one through and suggested for expediency to have a look at the Whangarei District Council policy. Yes. They've just done an update and adopted it as of last year, July last year. And it's really easy to follow and set out really well, and I've spoken to Virginia about it as well. Ash, you can actually just go on their website and type in development contribution policy, and it will bring up the new one, and just have a look through that. It's.
I wanted everyone to be positive.
Yeah, well, you can access it off their website.
Thank you.
That's Larson.
Thank you. The questions were asked before about the timing of the payment of development contributions and how they were calculated. I understood that the development contribution amount was determined on what the policy had in place at the time that the resource consent application was lodged.
That's correct.
So I think perhaps what we've heard might have been different to that.
Yeah, and that will definitely be something that we need to talk about at the options discussion, because legal advice says that that's the time that we should do that. But you guys, you know, in your discussions when looking forward, maybe it's not the right option going forward. So
And from an applicant perspective, I know that obviously this is an LGA matter, not an RMA matter. But how does the applicant know that they're due if it's not shown in the decision when they receive it?
Like an invoice?
No, like in a subdivision application approval.
Yeah.
When the decision is made, the council doesn't tell the applicant that they're going to have to pay contributions. How would they know that they're going to have to pay them?
So they do a preliminary assessment. As far as I'm aware, our process is the decision, out with the decision goes a preliminary assessment. And then once they apply for their 224 later on, then that's when the final invoice is generated. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
So what's her name? Sharon. Sharon does that for our consents. And if it's a building consent, so if it's a commercial activity or a building that generates development contributions, it's again an assessment's done at the time of the building consent and then payable. I guess there's another trigger in that process, so I'm not sure when they pay that, but
from a subdivision perspective though, do they get something on written paper that comes with their subdivision approval, or is it coming through separate cover?
as far as I'm aware, it should be going with the decision, but I can clarify that and get back to you on that. For the options session, it'll be important that we get that right.
I've read some decisions that there is no reference to the development contribution. That's why I wonder how that is actually happening. I've never been able to get an answer.
I will follow up with Lloyd.
Talking to our consents team, the answer is they receive an advisory note goes out with the document.
An advisory note or an advice note? That would be attached to the consent then, wouldn't it? And
That's at the time.
Yeah.
At the time of vetting during the consent process, building consent process, that advisory note goes out then.
Yeah.
The requirement to pay it, I think that just dwindles long.
Well, I'm not sure for building consents. I know for DCs, for the resource consents, they won't release the 224 until such time as the DCs are paid. I think going back to the point about, so technically, because it's not a condition of consent under the RMA, under section 108, because it's an LGA requirement, it can only be advised as an advisory note on the consent. But my understanding is in addition to that advisory note was an assessment that actually calculated what they were due to pay based on the policy that applies at the time that they lodged.
Sure.
But we'll confirm that with Lloyd's team and come back to you if that's all right.
Good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right, next item. The review of council governance remuneration. Paul. Welcome, Gillian.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello. Last year, the Remuneration Authority conducted a review of the remuneration levels for the council pool and for the mayor. They've just reported back on the preliminary outcome of the review. The review involved weighting a number of factors for each council, which included the population, the assets of the council, total operating expenditure, socioeconomic deprivation, the geographic area, and for regional councils, passengers for transport. The outcome of the review is that they have recommended what amounts to a 4.86% increase for Kaipara District Council. So the pool would shift from 473,000 to 496,000. So that would mean a $21,765,000 increase in the budget for the coming year. They have requested feedback or would like feedback on that if councils would like to submit it.
you have any feedback, council?
I think everyone's doing the maths.
I think you're right.
I've just gone through and there are councils with lesser population ahead of our rankings and one with more population below our rankings. So it's obviously, yeah. It's a number of factors, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're
Not just
weighted,
population.
no, weighted factors.
Yeah.
So it's all those, the socioeconomic deprivation, all of those factors that I called out influence their ranking.
It's actually quite a complex process to set the elected member remuneration. Try and get it right. They've been trying over the last probably 6 to 8 years to review it and get it right as right as they possibly can.
So I did seek feedback from all of you at the end of last year, and this is the outcome of that feedback.
Okay, I think that's pretty clear. Thank you, Gillian.
I would say we don't know whether you're gonna get it anyway. So whatever is there. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna have a break. We're gonna
Have a break so we can.
Okay, we'll have a wee break.
Yeah.
And
5 minutes.
come back at 3:30.
And we're going to come back into public excluded, Mr. Mayor, so we'll close the open session now.
Yeah. Thank you for your attendance.